everybody, and welcome to the formerly known as Yeti Online locals, now True Champion Gaming North American Grand Archive locals. My name is Clem, and I'm here with Val. How you doing today?
I'm doing quite well. Super excited to be back. It's been quite a while since we've gotten to look at some weekly action, and this event's actually going to be quite a surprise for us because we have a brand new set that came out in Grand Archive, PTM, Phantom Monarchs, and Clem. This set is a doozy. Let me tell you what, so much good cards, so many new play styles unlocked, and to my dismay, we have also gotten a brand new Merlin champion in this format. And who knows what people are brewing up here, Clem?
Yeah, I agree with you. The new Merlin just means even more crux, but now featuring some assassin. But other than Merlin and more crux cards, we do have another very important change to the game is that now everybody starts with a spirit. So everyone has an opening hand, which means hopefully water's gonna be better, right? Right?
We hope, we hope. I think the biggest thing is fire can't be as greedy, and that's the important part. Is fire players can actually be punished for their turn one Arthurs or their Library Witch cremation rituals. But speaking of fire, we have a wind matchup starting us off here. We
Speaking of
have
fire,
Tristan
yeah.
against New Merlin. And this is super exciting to see. We see the old assassin versus the new assassin on the block. And sort of, they're two different playstyles, and gonna see who's actually the best early on in Phantom Monarchs.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Something old versus something new. Although we cannot be like nothing news in Tristan because we do have some new Umbra goodies that came out in the past couple of sets. One of them is in here. My favorite, I think, one of my favorite Umbra cards has to be Spirel, which I think she's not utilized as much as she could be. I don't know how you feel about that one, but it seems that Tristan did go first, starting with a strong fairy whispers. Same old, same old. Oh, never mind. Into a fairy whispers from Ferenthian. So I think this is one of the most exciting slash important and relevant changes to with the new spirit rules is that you can immediately set up what you're gonna draw as your extra card for turn. Which as a second player, you still draw a card for a turn, but you also skip recollection, so you kind of lose a card to be able to glimpse here. How do you think that really changes the game here?
Yeah, it really does help shape up that additional draw for the turn. Unfortunately, in Ferenthian's case, you bottom all three and reveal a dungeon guide off the top, so leaving you -1 for what Fairy Whispers actually wants to do. But I really like the fact and the idea that you can shape your eighth card, opposed to the original rules where you just drew your eighth and that was it. Wind, I think, benefits a lot from these setup kind of turns and really allows you to dig a little bit further into that deck. You mentioned here if you do play something before your actual first turn, you don't get that recollection still. So it's almost as if you do want to do something on your opponent's turn, you're playing with a negative hand size until your actual turn starts.
Yeah, and but it also means that here now Ferenthian will be able to just go up to level 1 immediately and it's guaranteed that that card is there and stays there. And that's not that much of a change from beforehand. But you're much more likely to play that Fairy Whispers, play those cards during your before you get to your turn and lose the card for the guaranteed level up here. So I'm interested to see if that is what he's gonna go with. Berlin does want to go up to level 3 as quickly as possible from just previous Crux experience that I have.
Yeah, with like your normal Merlin, you're always trying to hit three. With the new Assassin Merlin, you actually gain somewhat of a benefit being in the Assassin that you can sort of teeter out on turns 2 to 4, play Surveil the Winds, and sort of just generate value, just as Tristan does, because you gain access to a lot of strong class bonus cards. And I think the most interesting thing for this Wind Assassin deck is we see our Divine Relic being the Looking Glass, which is not something you see in level 3 Wind decks. Usually, if that's in Wind, you're looking at Wind Wake Up or something of that nature. So it's really cool to see that the way Pendragon influences the how you want to build your deck is you still want that free regalia to be able to put back on your turn, and you don't have that Lorraine level 1 to get that sword out, so you got to make ends meet somehow, and we're starting with that Looking Glass instead.
That's a really it's some really good insight, and that's something that I really thought about. I've been kind of scared of this new Merlin, and there's another really cool thing about the Looking Glass is there is the new Merlin ally coming out from Ferenthian, because the champion allies are distortions, so you can play them with the Looking Glass, which means that he'll start accumulating those sheen counters on anything that Solar Myth plays here, which is this time the Windmill Engineer, and is just guaranteed 2 damage as well. I'm excited to see how you play off of the sheen counters, because I don't quite see how you can capitalize off of them well, but I'm sure Ferenthian already has the experience on the deck and knows and will show us the best way to use them.
Yes, it all has to do off of that fractured memories Merlin level 1 brings out onto the field for you. Whenever you kill an ally, you get the X Shin counters moved on from the ally to your fractured memories, and Merlin herself gains an on hit, on champion hit. You get to move all those Shin counters from the champion to fractured memories, and additionally, as a little bonus, you get to deal 3 damage to that champion. However, the downside of all this is Merlin doesn't really get a weapon. You get a fragmented sword that gains power when you play spells. So if you're not activating spells on that turn, you can't attack with your champion quite yet.
Tough, tough. So I know we've been talking a lot about Merlin here, but it's been a very standard like game from Solar Myth here. What do you think we're gonna see coming out? So do you think he's gonna play more for that slice and dice angle, or go for the long game, seeing that there's a lot of sheen counters and Merlin shenanigans going on?
I think the slice and dice angle is probably one of the best ways you can stop Merlin before she sets up. If you start to notice Merlin is petering out on level 1 a little too long, you can start putting that pressure and force Merlin to take risky level ups just to try and stay alive here. But we don't see a lot of pressure early game from the Tristan. Usually you want to see a couple of windmill engineers, ASIM protectors, those early game beaters that really stack up that damage so a prep slice and dice can easily get there. But we are only, I believe, at 3 or 2 prep counters for the Tristan, so already missing a lot of that key prep counter generation where you want to go into level 2. You need that 4 to get that recycle of the draw from your banishment, and you're just honestly looking for more ways, and this is exactly how we're going to do it. Sadie has just entered the field.
Yeah, it seems like you manifested it into existence. There is the continuous prep counter generation, and I there is the takedown from Sadie onto the Merlin, which sounds a bit silly, but Merlin the ally goes down here, which means that the on kill will happen here. So all 3 of those cards that went down to pay for the Sadie are gonna go back into Solar Myth's hand at the end of turn, unless he plays something else, in which case he can select which cards he wants. There is the Aeson Protector. Everything that you were mentioning that he needs and didn't have yet, it's just here now. There's the solar. There's a preparation counter generation. There's the Aeson, and it seems that that's a scoop from. He's like, oh yeah, that's just too much value.
Yeah, from looking at this context here, it looks like Frenthian sort of seeing the board state that Tristan has developed, Frenthian looking at his hand and sort of admitting to himself and his opponent, I can't really deal with this Ace Protector in your generation. If you do have that Slicing Dice in hand for the next turn, that is just game because I'm not going to take a level up and go down 2 cards for nothing here. So respecting the board state, knowing that it's going to be nigh impossible to fight back from that, going to give your opponent that game 1, save yourself that mental, and head into game 2 post sideboard here to maybe get a better start, better hand. I just think the whiffing of the Fairy Whispers on the turn 0 for Ferenthian really spelt doom from the start because you're already playing 1 card behind. It's almost as if you went first instead of second, but you materialize second. So just a lot of bad negative things stacking up there, causing a slow start. And Tristan just, we talked about it, needed Asen and Sadie, had Asen and Sadie.
Yeah, it's the caster curse for Anthony in here. The moment we mention, yeah, this person's behind, they immediately have everything they want. And Solar Myth played the influence game really well. They had the surreal the wins. They won off of the fairy whispers, unfortunately, unlike Ferenthian. So yeah, but you spoke about sideboards. Let's look at them real quick. I think let's talk about Solar Mist first because it's pretty normal. It's what you expect from Tristan, and then we can see what Windcrux Merlin has in store for us.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this deck actually get to Crux because I feel like you can do so much with Merlin and everything in it. The problem is getting there. A lot of people are used to when they play against Merlin, which is that Fire Merlin build where you go, they DG to 2 as fast as they can, they eat my floating memory so I can't play the
I'm
game,
really
level up to 3, draw extra cards, and then fireball me. But in this particular Merlin lineage, you will need to build up Sheen counters because your level 2 is a backup charger that costs 9. And you want to, and it's reduced by 1 for each Sheen counter actually on your fractured memories. So that you'll see Merlin players try and get as many Sheen counters on that fractured memories as possible before going to level 2 so they could get as close to a free draw as possible. And we know how greedy Grand Archive players are. They love free value, Clem. They will do
cards
everything in their power.
cards have just this crazy draw for some reason. When Grand Archive players sees draw a card, they go, "Oh, let me have that." But in this matchup, it's actually not that crazy hard for Merlin to get those Sheen counters with the inherited effect. With GG Saw, Solar Myth at some points had 7 cards in memory, so that's 2 free Sheen counters for Anthony there.
Yeah, that is true with the recollection effect and everything like that. The issue is harvesting the Sheen counters from the champion, the allies that are playing. We saw that when Frenthian leveled up to Merlin 1 and got the sword, there were no spells to follow suit to give that sword power to claim some of those Sheen counters that were already put out, especially with that Merlin ally who's adding an additional Sheen counter whenever they attack. It just leads to unfortunate circumstance for Corinthian at this point. But we're in game 2, new game, new start. Both players get to flop their spirits on the field right now and look at their top 7 here. Both of them are, mind you, normal spirits. If you do play against like a Serene Spirit or a Fragmented Spirit, you do have to let your opponent finish resolving the on-enter effects before you actually start taking your turn.
Yeah, it takes a bit longer, but both of these players are used to the new rules. It seems have been putting the time in there. Oh, this is a lot better start for Ferenthian than previously. Imbuing with the Surreal Winds and a Stifling Trap, I believe,
You
for
got it.
the Windmill Engineer. So getting that extra draw into memory must feel very nice compared to the whiffing with the with the Fairy Whispers last game. Let's see if Solar Myth has anything to do in before his turn begins. Seems nothing from him. So now that Ferenthian has a bit of a better turn, what is the general level 1, level 2 game plan? I know we talked about Sheen counters, but you have to get those Sheen counters somehow.
Yeah,
Oh.
and the best way for Sheen counters are going to be the Merlin ally and the Merlin herself, the champion. There are a few new cards added in the PTM set for Wind that provide Sheen counters, but a lot of the time it's just going to be that recollection and the ally itself. We do see Solar Myth deploying the Sadie and falling for the 50-50 gambit. Do you have the reclaim?
Windmill Reclaim, one of the best plays in Grand Archive to date. Is there's It's hard to top uh free extra draw, and well, even though it's into memory, it's still a card that goes neutral, and then floating memory. So basically, it's like three cards for two cards. It's pretty good, right? Technically, in a roundabout way, it's a +1.
Yeah, I give you that. Yes, it is a +1 in a roundabout way. You do get to recycle the Windmill Engineer, get it back, and use a card for floating memory. And if you're able to do that consistently in this game, I think everyone would be happy. I feel like if every Wind player opened Windmill Reclaim, it'd be the best time of their lives here. But Frenthian deploying their own Sadie here, and this is Sadie with a class bonus. This is something to keep in mind. Prep counters do matter for Merlin, especially with a Mercenary Blade Ghost of Pendragon combo at level 3. So I'm really curious to see how Frenthian is going to juggle the Sadie, keep her alive, and if Tristan deploys Sadie almost every turn, I'm curious if Merlin's going to be doing the same, or it's going to be, I got my one prep counter from her. I really don't think I need to continue going down this route.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see, but I correct me if I'm wrong, but Sadie in Merlin feels so much like stronger than just in Tristan, because you get the prep counters, but you also get the sheen counters, which is massive, like we've been talking about. So, and you get the on kill class bonus. So you basically get everything that Sadie has on her own and offers. But then on top of that, you get just so much extra value from the sheen counters if you do get to kill. And
Yeah, value.
yeah, and the Sadie might not have gone with the Sheen counter, but it's still gone. So Solar Myth is down a guaranteed prep generation. There's the Wind Blast lookout coming out. So now, once again, roundabout ways, if he gets it back to his hand, then he has more prep counter generation. But it's a lot harder than with the Sadie, who has a built-in come back to hand, get a prep counter.
You are correct there. And I think the interesting thing to point out is both these champions are one prep counter apiece, and that's not really something you want to be in the spot of Tristan. You want to be the one in charge of the prep counters, the one with the most generation, because as we stated, Merlin wants 2 to 3 maybe at max. Tristan's needing 4 to 6, especially if you want to go for those huge shadow strikes late game, you need a lot of prep counter. And a key note is Solar Myth is not running the prep counter doubler for a Mastermind Scheme for Tristan. So it's only going to be relying on surveils, lookouts, and Sadies themselves.
And it's not looking too good for Solar Myth with the Sadie gone and no level 1 yet. What's that? What's that card on Corinthian side? I am not quite familiar yet with Merlin, but it seems that it gave a Sheen counter.
Yes, that is the new Merlin backup charger. It came out in the recollection deck. The name is escaping me at this time, but on enter Merlin bonus, you do get a Sheen counter, and then it just has that backup charger effect. You get to pay 3, banish this, and draw a card into memory. Very helpful for these style of decks. Accelerates that Sheen count for that level 2, which we're really aiming for. We want about 6 to 7 as we're leveling up, and then replaces, gives you a card draw pretty much. The Pris. Oh gosh,
Prism
I
Spire
Prism Spire
Scepter.
Scepter. There you go.
Words are hard. Words are hard. New card words are even harder.
So
But
that means here, I believe Tristan should have total of 3 to 4 Sheen counters on that champion. So if Merlin gets in for a hit, that's going to be a huge surplus to that Fraction Memories.
yeah, and there's a see, if we were just and during last set even, this would have been an amazing Tristan mirror here, because if you block out the champions, oh look, this is just an average Tristan deck, except there's so much more happening and so much value from the Sheen as well. It's just kind of crazy to see. It's like a Tristan deck, but with Merlin. You know, the average Merlin bonuses and crux and all the shenanigans that you expect with it. How can Solar Myth bring it back from here? As a because slice and dice, I feel like is not gonna be enough at this point.
Yeah, this is sort of the opposite boat we were in round one or game one here. Ferenthians has the board control, has the units, has everything they need to start applying that pressure, while Solar Myth is feeling really behind, having to deploy these Sadies and these lower cost allies just to try and build up that prep counter and find something that's worthwhile here. And I'm really curious to see how Ferenthian's going to capitalize on this advantage. We are needing to go ahead and get those Sheen counters as fast as possible so we can look for that level up. We can't just do that like DG play, which you want to do in normal Merlin. We did see an Asen Protector in the memory of Ferenthian, so you can start looping this Windmill Engineer and applying even more damage pressure if needed.
Yeah, it's kind of scary, but something promising for Solar Myth is that he did keep his one card on top from Windblast Lookout. So that's looking pretty good. And he managed to take care of the Stadium Ferenthian side. So it feels a bit evened out until Ferenthian inevitably brings out the Asen Protector. I believe that's a Gear Stride Gloves.
You are correct. That is the Gearstride gloves. Merlin stole Tristan's gloves from her recollection deck, as using it for her own. So on enter, you get that prep counter, and then as a class bonus, level 2 plus, you can banish the gloves, and your next reaction costs 1 less. So really good in Merlin because of the spell Protect Her at all costs, which is one of the best defensive spells for Merlin that came out in the recollection spell. You get to not only redirect an attack, but you redirect it to a golem that you create, and this golem's beefy. If it's able to live, it does damage. So it's a really cool card to see, and really happy that we're seeing Gearstripe Gloves back in play, because originally Tristan ran it, and it has fallen out of favor.
Yeah, but now Merlin doing her. You know, she stole Tristan's arm originally, and now it seems that the glove was on it, and now she's using it. She's really taken advantage of just Tristan here. But oh, look at that! Ferenthian also having another windmill engineer off of the Fairy Whispers. This is revenge for last game. I feel like.
Just making sure you actually hit the Fairy Whispers this time was
Yep.
way more beneficial here. And man, this
It
is
is a spell.
crazy. Looking at it
Yeah.
here, we see the sword at 2 plus power already here, keeping track of it. Or 1 plus power, I believe that 2 is the durability. Because, as you said, Fairy Whispers is a spell, so this Merlin is just getting, swords getting buffed here. And we're going to see the hit onto the champion, I believe. Solar Myth contemplating if that damage is going to go through. And if it does, we're going to gobble up those Sheen counters and throw them right on the Fractured Memories.
Yeah, it's kind of scary because you not only have to not only you have to think about the fact that you're getting damage onto you, there's also just the fact that the more sheen counters Merlin has, the scarier she is, and it's a casual 5 sheen counters just like that onto that fractured memories. Whoa! Oh, now that we are finally starting to build up Sheen counters onto the fractured memories on Ferenthian's side, what are the main cards that can capitalize off of having Sheen counters? Like, what is he looking to get into? What obviously the free card draw from Merlin level 2, that's like the most obvious thing, but there are just cards that you can play as well that generate value. What are the biggest ones here that he wants to draw and play?
So ironically, in this list itself, there isn't really like a big Sheen counter payoff for the specific list. The biggest one is going to just be your level 3 Merlin champion itself, along with your Merlin ally, thanks to the Looking Glass. A lot of the times, that is like going to be the biggest payoffs, but the level 2 is like your if you're able to get that for free, that's probably where you want to be at here in particular. The top end of this specific deck is going to be Ghosts of Pendragons with Ethereal Absorption, which is, put back a Regalia, get two prep counters, draw a card. So it combos really well with the Mercenary's Blade and just allows Frenthian to do your usual Crux thing. Draw two cards, deal three damage with a Ghost.
Crux is Crux. Not, nothing has changed. It only ever gets stronger. More classes get added to the Crux. Oh, to the Merlin class pool. Not even just Crux. It's Merlin specifically, and we get to see more shenanigans. Things don't change. But then also, it's not like Tristan's putting up a really good fight here. So it's not like it's incredibly dominant and you cannot win against it. It's very scary once they get to that Crux level. You just gotta stop them before level 3.
Yes, it is much a stop them before they get there. And we're seeing Tristan doing an okay job stabilizing here. We're level 2 with 4 prep counters, so we did banish 2, but we'll get to draw 2 off of that. I have noticed, though, Solar Myth has banished a Shadow Strike again in the second game. They did it in the first game and getting it in the second game. So, really relying on the 3 copies they have in their deck. The other 2, hopefully, going to see them when they need them here. But we're still kind of lackluster with that prep counter themselves. The Sadie is needing to come down and do a little bit more work against Frenthian, especially with that Windmill Engineer. Looks like a scrumptious target.
Yeah, it's out there in the open unprotected. So we'll see if it survives long enough. Solar Myth's showing that he did get a wind card. He got the Windmill Engineer from the Fairy Whispers. Oh, Dungeon Guy coming out. So we're going to level 3. You know, Crux players always have the Pendragon. Do you think that this time, now that Crux is back in a set, Umbra players will have it? Will Solar Myth just have the Shadow Strike, and that's why he was like, I don't need to. What's enough?
And here we see just a quick response to that dungeon guide. Don't forget, everyone, New Merlin's an assassin, so you get to use that class bonus Stifling Trap straight out of the memory, pay 2 prep counters, and we're going to go ahead and deal 2 damage to your ally and negate the all of the on-enter effects there. And that's something that you didn't have to think about before, but now you do.
Yeah, Tristan is a lot more careful with using up those prep counters for such reactions. Usually just playing Stifling Trap from hand, but Merlin doesn't care because she only ever needs 2 prep counters, and well, it's not that crazy hard to generate them in Assassin in general. So she's a lot less afraid to use it, and Ferenthian demonstrating perfectly what happens when you forget it. You get punished.
Exactly here. And that play you're saying about do they have that Shadow Strike in hand? We'll never know because
No,
they
we
are
can't.
stuck
We
on 2.
I believe we'll find out, and it's gonna be like a crazy comeback and revenge story from Tristan taking down Merlin on our first stream game in PTM. Surely, surely, she'll get her revenge.
They
Like,
are fighting for the title best wind assassin girl right now. It's a lot's on the line.
yeah. Oh, banishing an Asim Protector and a Merlin Surreal Figment. I always want to say fragment because there is so many fragments and fractured everything this set. So the fact that her name is Surreal Figment really messes with my head.
Yes, yeah, it a lot of weird naming conventions that you need to get used to here, and just different Merlin's names. So we have a Merlin Amethyst's Glow here, and this is the backup charger effect where it costs 9, reduced by 1 for each Sheen counter you have on your fractured memories. You draw a card and put a preparation counter. Simple, standard. Everyone loves that kind of effect here. And it does look like Frenthian activated that pre-recollection. It's really cashing in on that 5 Sheen counter he managed to gobble up earlier against the Tristan and using it to full effect. And also we see Merlin swinging in I think getting some damage in with the sword, yes. Just fully using that here. Maybe, I'm thinking here, maybe going for a DG into a Ghost's turn, because you were just wanting to claim that Sheen counters as fast as possible, could be a potential.
But surely Solar Myth also has the Stifling Trap. She cannot. Look, Tristan cannot go down like this. She needs to use her own recollection. Look, her own recollection cards are being used against her. So she has to show Merlin who's boss, who's the real assassin here. She stole her cards, she stole her arm, and now she's gonna steal her title as best wind assassin. Come on, Tristan. I believe. Look, I'm biased. I will admit it's been too much Merlin Crux domination here. We need some. We need Tristan back. She might have won worlds, but man, Merlin is still a pain in everyone's butt.
Yes, you are correct. Another season, some more Merlin here. And we're curious to see what Tristan is going to have to say about it. We see Windwalker Boots on the side of Tristan, a great prep counter generation, but keep in mind, Merlin can also run this. So it's if Merlin wants more prep counters, also can steal her boots. We got the gloves, we got the boobs. So many things that Merlin can steal from Tristan here. And usually it's the other way. Tristan's stealing the top four cards of Merlin's deck. So it's a little back and forth. We all share Windmill Engineer, being imbued, Stifling Trap shown, so something for Ferenthian to remember. And I'm really liking how this mid game is boiling up for these two players.
Yeah, it's been a very even back and forth. No crazy like advantage for either of these players coming out, so it doesn't feel oppressive right now. Although I'm a bit worried about how it will feel once we get to that advanced element area. Obviously, Tristan is probably gonna spend more time building up those prep counters so that she can immediately Shadow Strike once she gets to level 3. But Merlin's also building up those Sheen counters, There's one on the dungeon guide again. So once she passes away, we're gonna be at what, 7, 8, 9? A lot? I
A lot.
a lot too many Sheen counters.
It honestly feels like Merlin's just playing a mini game as you're playing an actual game of Grand Archive. It's like collect all Sheen, and it's like you gotta kill all the allies with it, and then you hit the champion, then you add it together here. But yeah, so really curious to see how it's all gonna go. Frenthian surveilling the wins, one of my favorite win cards. The fact that it's draw a card and then get something else for two is so good. If I needed a deck not assassin that wants prep counters, I just play it slow speed anytime.
True. And okay, so it's been a slow mid game. What is what do you think is the point where either of these players is gonna go like, all right, time to get to level 3? Obviously, probably for Crux, it's like, I have my Pendragon, now I can just kill them. But is there something so monumental where Merlin's gonna go like, all right, I'm ready, time to get to level 3 and just end Tristan's life?
I think in this Merlin deck, you really don't have the I'm just gonna end you turn. It's more like as you said, I have my Pendragon, I have a couple of preps, I'm about to draw enough cards to make it where you can't win sort of deal. It's gonna be this deck is grindy. It wants to wear down your opponent's resources and just win through straight up pure Grand Archive damage, like combat damage through ghosts and everything similar like that. We do see a little bit of slice and dice in there, but you're mostly using those prep counters late game if you do make it to level 3 for the Mercenary Blade to loop with Pendragon. And then Tristan is usually the one here looking for your early kills, the aggressiveness, but the fact that Tristan has been slowed down, is needing to get to level 3, and we don't have mastermind schemes. Oh, we have two mastermind schemes, not our usual four. So it's really hard to get that prep counters doubled and go for the big Shadow Strike turns.
Yeah, I think you summed it up perfectly well. Ferenthian just needs to get that prep counters, and then I don't think I don't think I've seen any Pendragons in his hand. Obviously, it's a bit harder to tell on webcam because they don't want their opponent to know what they have. They see the same thing as we do. But I don't believe I saw a single Pendragon yet, or any Crux adjacent cards other than that Merlin Surreal Figment that got banished earlier. Oh,
There we
there
see the
is.
one of
Oh, yeah.
turbocharge.
Ferenthian. I feel like everyone just runs one of turbocharges. It's like somebody started it and everyone was like, that's actually really smart. Let me have that as my 61st card more often than not.
It's the best 61st card in the game. Like the amount of people who go, might as well just have a 61st card be turbocharge. And if you ever go, oh, I want to run 60 cards, you know what? Immediately to take out. It's
Yep, and looking at Ferenthian's deck list, I did not look at how many cards he has in his deck until just now. It is 61 cards, so
yes.
it is the 61st card.
It is a turbocharge special or the turbocharge classic. If you see 61 cards in the deck list, you can be assuming okay, they run turbocharge, and that's it.
Yeah, yep. Although Ferenthian does run a one-off Innervate Agility, which to me is quite interesting because okay, he's your teammate, so you probably have a at least somewhat of an inkling of why is it a one-off Innervate Agility. It feels like such a weird card to have a single copy of.
All right, I'm gonna pull back the curtain a little bit on team testing, and gonna be completely honest with you. About an hour ago, Frenthian posted in our team chat says, "This is what I'm playing at Yetis. Wish me luck." Now's it. So this is the list he brought out. So
I
I looked at the list and went, interesting. Alrighty, let's see how you do. We also can make note of the one of Unmake Duality, which is the new PTM card where you, as additional cost, you sacrifice a Divine Relic and you could draw two cards. It's Turbocharge. He's super greedy with running another one of.
two one-off turbochargers. I mean, to be fair, after you have like two Pendragons out, even after you have two prep counters, that looking glass is looking less tasty, Might as well just draw another two cards, do more fun crux things of draw two cards. Minus one regalia on the field, draw two. Sounds fair and balanced to me.
Yeah, it's you don't need the Looking Glass for anything else in the deck once you're level 3, so yeet it. You don't need it. Get rid of it.
Goodbye. Yeah.
It's a
And
build your own sort of avarice at this point.
yeah, we've been yapping a lot, but all these players have been doing is just drawing cards, which is honestly quite scary, especially with the Mastermind scheme coming out for Solar Myth. Are we getting there? Is th- look, look. I'm not saying I was right, but this is indicating that he does have that second Shadow Strike. But we've also seen him draw like a million cards since the dungeon guide was stifling trapped. So
Hmm.
we cannot be sure. We're so far past the dungeon guide that they could have just drawn it in one of these billion cards.
And this is where it gets scary here. The Assassin Mirror Match is a in-cap war at a certain point. Frenthian knows this Mastermind scheme is and going to close out the game, so very much contemplating after picking up the Sadie, do I in-cap? Because if I do, it's going to
Oh,
force Myth to in-cap, but at the same time, is it worth fighting for at this moment? Because Frenthian also wants to keep their in-caps for their big spell, which is going to be Protector at all costs, because this does get around the Shadow Strike effect and can redirect it.
yeah. I'm very, very curious to see who will win that boar. There's the imbued windmill engineer drawing even more cards. Is that a stifling trap and a windbless lookout? There's so many wind cards. How dare these wind decks play wind cards? It's unfair. So it seemed, did Solar Myth keep up enough cards for an in cap here? In
That is a good question. I think no, but with the agility trigger off of Mastermind Scheme, we will have enough for in cap.
uh, we can just pick that. And the really thing we really talked about is that with agility, and with agility 3 specifically, that every single agility 3 that you have is one less sheen counter for Merlin. So for Enthean sees that agility trigger, so sees the mastermind scheme. And not only does he have to think about, oh, it will double their prep counters, he also has to be like, oh, that's one less sheen counter for me. How does this, how am I gonna do this? As in, sure, it's not that crazy difficult to like calculate it and think about it, but it's still a bit harder and makes life a bit more tough than it would be without agility.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious about the cards in memory for Solar Myth because we Mastermind schemed and Windmill engineered that turn imbued. Mastermind scheme is a 6 cost, I believe, or a 5 cost. Costs 4, and then 2 down for the Windmill would be 6 total in memory, imbue drawing 1. So you have 7 in memory, recollect 3, leaving 4. You have 2 in hand, so that's enough, barely enough for 1 in cap. Thought you would have enough for 2. Maybe that Windmill Engineer might have not been the best idea, because that could have kept both in caps up in general. But also, this is counting on if Myth does have in caps, and it may be a possibility that he's just bluffing.
Yeah, but he only, I think he does have one stifling trap in memory, which could be like if he only has one in cap, that is probably the optimal play with one in cap in hand and then a stifling trap down, so he can use it from memory to stifle the on enter for the Pendragon.
Uh-oh, Clem, I think it's happening.
Oh.
We're about to see it in real time. We do have the new PTM card here, which is Ethereal Absorption. Put back a Regalia, get back 2 prep counters, draw a card. So we're now at 5 prep counters. That Mercenary Blade is looking quite loopable with a Ghost of Pendragons at this current moment. And I'm curious
It's
to
not
see
good.
if Ferenthian is going to go for this, or what we're going to use those additional prep counters for. Perhaps a slice and dice angle is now unlocked with a backup of being able to ghost later on, or we are just looking for that. Oh, I think we just
Oh,
need more cards real quick.
yeah, there it is. The look. I feel like we all expect when the moment Assassin Merlin was announced, we all expected this for this to happen, and I believe that I kind of hope that we will see the Mercenaries Blade ban, seeing as how it's just if 4 cards in one turn for nothing. You know, it's kind of kind of painful if you're on the opposite side. um, but it is very fun to see, and I'm sure Ferenthian is enjoying the million influence he has currently. Black sleeves are not my friend. I do not know how many cards he has. He has too many, arguably. If especially if you're on Solar Myth side, probably your clue is too many cards.
Yeah, you mentioned for a couple of turns they were just draw passing, generating value, and it's really benefiting Ferenthian here in this Win Merlin list. And we see Solar Method joining the level 3 club. You're going to get a prep counter and then get your 2 backup dancers here in the form of Ominous Shadows. And 12 prep counters is getting scary. A completely prep 12 Shadow Strike is going to be enough to take out Merlin. Because keep in mind, this is the new PTM Phantom Monarchs Merlin, which is an assassin, which means you only have 25 total life, opposed to that 28 a lot of players are used to.
True, it's more fair, you know. It's it's -3 life total. So, it's perfectly fine, but this I am curious to see if Solar Myth can finish out the game, but with Ferenthian having such a high influence, unfortunately I doubt it. As great as Tristan is at finishing out the game. Like you said, protect her at all costs might just be the downfall of Tristan here.
Yes, it is gonna come into who has the most in caps and the most influence to in cap. A classic story as as old as time. We have ever since the dawn of FTC, we've always been into a frostbind into frostbind war. Now as assassins, it's just in cap into in cap, and who can pretty much come out on top. Frenthian looking kind of happy with those Gear Strike gloves on the side there. Gonna go ahead and reduce the cost of one of those in caps. But Solar Myth is no stranger to the amount of cards they have in hand currently. You are going to have to commit 3 of those for that Shadow Strike. And I think that's the contemplation. Do
Would
you
you
Shadow Strike?
would you Shadow Strike, Val? If you were in this situation up against a Merlin with 3 billion influence and a Gear Strike gloves, would you go for it?
If I had an in cap in hand, I'm already up a game. I'd risk it. I'd make them
One
have the
in cap.
card. Yeah, I'd
I
make them have
think
it, right?
I would go for two. I would go for it if I had like two in caps because it's Merlin. I'm scared. I would rather just go for the guaranteed win because if you invest that Shadow Strike and it does get incapped, I don't think you really have a way to win this game anymore.
That is true. That is very true. However, if they don't have a protector at all costs, then you just win the game on the spot. So it is a matter of, do you think in the amount of cards Frenthian has drawn, if they kept up a protector at all costs? And this is something that Solar Myth may not even be thinking about because this set's brand new. This is the first actual tournament we're seeing with this Merlin deck in it. So some players may be very unfamiliar with all the potential cards that could be in a deck. So this could be a big gotcha moment as well that Solar Myth is not really expecting. So it's one of those weigh your odds and go from there. And a little bit of discussion here. We'll get the full update on this right now. And it looks
Okay,
like
so it seems that there were accidentally two cards drawn, and so the solution for that was that he removed the glimpse cards and shuffled one card randomly, I believe randomly, back into the deck, which both players seem to have agreed upon, and now it's all worked out. It's always harder on webcam because things happen accidentally, and then you're like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. There's a turbocharge for Solar Myth as well, though, so now he did get to draw two cards perfectly legally. It's okay.
yeah, and those look like the new PTM sleeves from the Rico deck for Merlin, and those are kind of sticky when you do get them right out of the box, and that fresh new sleeve fill where they sort of like stay together, like topple over together. So it's very easy to accidentally draw an additional card if you didn't mean to.
Been there, done that a million times before. Or it's either that your deck just slides off of each other or it gets stuck. There is no in between. So
And we
it
see a
happens.
influence count here for Frenthian. 6 in hand here. Solar Myth asking the questions. The materialization of the Shadow's Claw Clam. I think Solar Myth's gonna go for it.
He's going in. He's going for it. Oh, slice and dice. What a turn of events! I did not expect that to be a slice and dice. I was like, all right, we're going. We're doing it. We're going for it. Maybe. Okay, okay. Hear me out. This is just the bait. And Ferenthian's gonna play the Protector at all costs, and the next turn Solar Myth's gonna come out with the Shadow Strike, and then kerblam, take the game.
Uh,
Surely that's what we're gonna see.
Maybe these Slice and Dice itself is going to be lethal if Ferenthian doesn't have an answer. And the issue with Protector at all costs is it still gives that Slice and Dice that first on-hit effect. The whole reason of Protector is to stop one big attack, but Slice and Dice, it's like multiple small attacks coming in. So like a Veiling Breeze or a Resolute Stand is going to be your best bet.
not what I would call 3 and 6, but um, we all have our own definition. So there's uh, the punch going up to 18 now. So oh, that is a protector at all costs. I believe it's for the second.
It's going to be stopping the second hit. Yeah,
Yeah.
the generated slice and dice in intent with +3. It is going to summon a Memorite obelisk token with 2 sheen counters on it, and you may change the target to that obelisk. And the golem is going to say, "Get down, Mrs. President. I'm in the way," and retaliate for 2
I'll
against that
protect
Tristan.
you. Sacrificing himself for Merlin, but those shadows can still attack for 2 each, right?
Yes, with the
My math
Shadow's
is
Claw
not
here.
wrong. Okay,
Yep.
so that's still gonna be 22 damage counters, which means its Solar Myth will have lethal on board next turn once again. So it was beautiful. We did see the Protector at all costs. It came out. It did its job. How can Ferinthian win with Solar Myth being only on 10 damage counters here? What is the ideal plan? Pendragon, Pendragon, Pendragon would be amazing, right? But
Yes.
unfortunately, I don't believe Ferenthian is that lucky.
And even if you did see 3 Pendragons, Tristan has enough prep counters to redirect those attacks into the Ominous Shadows, just
True, 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 true.
negating that combat damage in general here. I think we're seeing the issue with Win Merlin is there is no solid way to close out the game. In Grand Archive, good decks are usually determined by ways to just completely win the game. With Tristan, we have Shadow Strike. With CL, we have Ablation. With Fire Merlin, we have Fireball. Cards like that just make decks good. It allows you to close out the game. And Wind Assassin Merlin right now, and even Wind Mage Warrior Merlin, the only thing you can really rely on is Ghost of Pendragon beatdown. And if your opponent has a way to counteract that, you lose your win con.
Hear me out. Ensnaring fumes. We did see one banished, but we only saw one get banished. That means that and Solar Myth doesn't have enough cards in hand to negate to play the. Oh wait, no, he has 3 cards in hand.
Mhm.
Oh damn it! I had a perfect out ensnaring fumes into the bajillion Pendragons and just start attacking, but yeah, it's tough with the threat of incapacitate still there. Unless Ferenthian has the incap back, it unfortunately would not be enough. Damn. I thought I was cooking, but
I, I
then
s- I
three
still
cards
think
in
you're
hand.
cooking. You're cooking for sure. It may be just a defensive ensnaring fumes rather than a aggressive
True.
one, as the ensnaring fumes alternate activation cost is remove 3 counters from your champion, so that can get around having to pay for it, which can leave up an incapacitate cards for Frenthian if Solar Myth does choose to try and incap that.
True, true. And there are 5 prep counters on Merlin currently. So it's a possibility. Um I do think that that is what we're going to see here. I am. Oh,
Oh, one of the
oh.
new cards here in Phantom Monarchs as well. A win card that has been getting a lot of hype and a lot of buzz because it's actually probably like one of the better cards to come out. Calming Breeze, fast speed reaction until end of turn. If 3 or less damage would be dealt to your champion, prevent that damage, and then it has level 1 plus floating memory. So unlike Resolute Stand, where it just blanketly prevents 3 damage, this is saying if the damage is 3 or less, it gets negated, but if it's 4 or more, you take full damage, no negation whatsoever.
Yeah, so it's definitely a lot better into these small chip damage decks. So it's probably a very like it's not probably. It is a very forward thinking play because most decks that attack either have one massive attack, which protect her at all costs and incapacitate depending on what it is can catch. And then this is for everything else. This is for those windmill engineers that we're seeing, that those ominous shadows coming in. So pretty good card, pretty good covering all sides of the spectrum here for damage. But there it is. This is more than 3 damage, but Solarmyth's still playing it safe here, not removing all 9 damage counters.
Yeah, I don't need to
That's a
get
Shadow
too
Strike, right?
greedy. Yes, that's the Shadow
Okay.
Strike.
I was like, surely I'm not going crazy here.
And wowza, we see the one of Innervate Agility coming in
All right.
clutch here.
I guess I guess I was wrong, and it works. You know, it's the one off works fine.
You have it when you need it, right, Clem? That's how one-ofs work.
Yep, yep. You draw that turbocharge. You draw that innervate agility. Oh, then but incap, incap, an incap back. Oh,
We're
third
fighting.
incap,
We're
third
in cat
incap.
fighting.
No, I saw a little shrug from Slurple with ah one. Merlin lives to see another turn with okay, with 5 minutes left in the round. This is either gonna be 1-1 or Tristan wins. At this point, I am entirely unsure which way it's gonna go. I've given up on trying to be like, yeah, this is a turn, or like, yeah, Corinthian is in the lead, because it just never works out. Both of these decks are super grindy, and apparently they can survive incredibly well against each other.
Yes, survivability is what both of these decks are able to do. But right now, I think Tristan is in the driver's seat. They have the advantage, they have the allies on field, and it's going to be really hard for Merlin to sort of stabilize. You want to level up to unlock your Crux, but you also are going to have to go down some cards here. We do have that one floating memory and losing two. So Frenthian and Bleeding Influence very quickly here, just staying alive, and you're not really pushing towards a victory.
Yeah, and it's just from the bajillion influence that we were at earlier, we're down to what, four? Three or four? It's still hard for me to tell with these dark sleeves.
Yeah, I think five or six maybe, and we're going to go down to three or four after these banish.
An Asen and a windmill engineer. The combo is out. The value is gone. No. That thirdable's been around for a bit, but it's just I feel like it's really just there to be put back with the Pendragon later.
Oh, the Merlin 3 on enter of Banish Regalia, get a prep counter, draw a card. Nice to see here. And okay, maybe Frontine has more cards than we thought here. One, two, three, four, six or seven now. So a little bit more to work out with. Still, I don't think has seen a Ghost of Pendragon. And if that is the case,
Just
that is very unfortunate.
it is actually kind of crazy. I mean, none have come out, and I feel like Corinthian would immediately just play it if they saw it, because it can start clearing those allies off the board. If even though the Ominous Shadows will survive, sure, but the other allies are going to be gone, and that's still quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and it looks like here we have a concession from Ferenthian
Oh
right here, just sort
no!
of revealing from the top of the deck, being like, where's my ghosts? And we see here all the ghosts in the bottom half of the deck. Those ghosts
So
were hiding from Ferenthian this game. Very unfortunate to see that, but that's also how Merlin loses a lot of the time, is if you don't see ghosts within the top half of your deck, you're
yeah,
really like losing that power, especially in wind here. So Tristan's going to go ahead take that 2-0 against Ferenthian on the Wind Assassin Merlin. And that's one of those things here where a deck relies a lot on a specific card or an ally. If you don't see that, this is what we get. This is what happens. To be fair,
Oh.
Ferenthian might have been able to stall out a little bit longer to that ghost that was sitting on top 2 cards away if they had another way to like stop attacks this turn. Because keep in mind, that was 2 Shadow Strikes already gone on the side of Myth. So Myth really had no other ways to close out the game besides just the little allies on the field.
Yeah, it would have been. I feel like that Pendragon would have been enough to like stabilize it a bit, because I believe Myth only plays 2 Shadow Strike. Well, no, they would not play. They three Shadow
Three.
Strikes. So that's most of them gone. We also saw Slice and Dice come out, and they have a much harder time digging through the deck than Merlin. So that Pendragon would have really turned the game. I feel like it could have easily turned the game around, especially since Merlin got to recover 5 from that Enerva's Agility as well. So it was sad that it was 2 cards away, but I do feel kind of, like the world is getting right. The Pendragon was not top decked as every other game we've seen before for Merlin, but I think we need a breather after this. So we're going to go to a quick break and then be back with you guys for round 2 of the TCG online locals.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the True Champion Gaming Online League. Here, we're going into round two. I'm Valkyrie, you know who I am, and I'm joined this time by Jim the Eternal. Glad to have you here on the casting desk here, Jim. Are you excited for PTM?
Honestly, I'm so excited. This set has a lot of really cool things. There's a lot of like little hooks to hang your deck builder hat on. I definitely have the itch myself. So I'm really excited to see what people are coming up with. And this seems like a great place to get kind of a first look at what people are building.
100%. This event, as a reminder to everyone out there, is completely free to enter, and you get prizing as you win. If you go undefeated for the night, you get a box, which is super cool. And it's a great testing ground for your ideas, for those decks, for pretty much anything you wanted to do where you don't feel confident taking into like a big event like a store champs, regionals, things like that. This is the place to do it. This is the place to be. And this is usually where you see a development of what the meta is going to be as we start working our way towards the Ascents, Ascent Manila and Ascent London, coming up in January next year. And that's about 3 weeks away. So we don't have a lot of time. So always keep your eyes out on these kind of Yeti of local events to sort of see exactly what is going to be coming out. Now, Jim, I have a question for you here. Does the new spirit rule change matter? Do you think it's making a big difference?
I don't know about a big difference. There's been a lot of talk about people are saying that water now has a little bit more room to interact. People are talking about like gentle respite, which now has a little bit more room to play since you can play it while your opponent has cards on in their hand, even if you're going on turn one. So I think it changes some small things. I don't think it suddenly enables an archetype that wasn't previously enabled, but it's definitely going to be something that people have to keep in mind as they're building and as they're thinking about their early lines.
Yes, I completely agree with that line of thinking. It doesn't change the game a lot, but it punishes greedy plays and it makes certain cards a lot better than what they originally were. I really like how you mentioned Gentle Respite. It's a card that saw a little bit, like a tiny bit of play when it first came out, but a lot of people just saying it's not worth it, it's hard to get off. And now, if you go first, turn one, play that, then your opponent literally has to -1 themselves to prevent you from getting this off. So it's really like a mind game of, are you willing to risk resources just to stop me from getting that bonus from it, or are you just going to let it happen? But here we have our round two, Comrade Coheed on Umbra combo Fire CL against Bonnie Rain on Water Terra Kong Mean. What a matchup. Something you probably wouldn't get to say in the last couple of sets here, but here we are in Phantom Monarchs, both the decks here tonight, playing with a little bit new tools. Jim, take us away. What are we looking at?
So the combo CL I think is very interesting. It runs the new Phantom Monarchs card Foe Awakening, which allows you to discard your hand and then omen two things with interdiction, the ability to prevent other people from reacting to it while it's on the stack. So this is a card that is basically non-interactable, and while you're at level 3, produces 2 extra damage uh, per card that you omen, and has a lot of different interactions to produce extra damage that way. Of course, that's not something that's happening now. That's something that's probably going to be seeing in a couple of turns. At the moment, we have just the early game happening. So a Languid Toad Troll coming down from Valkyrie and Creator Shock coming down from Comrade Coheed. Really just very solid early game plays. The early defensive tricks from Bonnie in water, and of course the early velocity that fire is known for.
Yeah, it's kind of scary, but also cool at the same time. You see, you're playing against the Spirit of Fire if you are in Bonnie's spot right here, and you're like, I think maybe I need some protection. I'm going to commit to this Linguin Toad just because it's a big blocker. But we all know CL doesn't really have that early game a lot of fire decks run. They want to get to 3 as fast as possible, and this is just Value Town here. We see a Creative Shock pitching an Undying Dreams, and then a Library Witch into a Cremation Ritual. CL is swimming in the influence, and a Turbocharge to boot right off top. Wow, what Value Town did Comrade just enter? Because I want an invite to there.
Yeah, this is an amazing start for Comrade Goheed, and exactly what Comrade Goheed wants to see too from the opposing side, right? He knows that he's not in trouble. He knows that there's not going to be anything aggressive going on. Banirien presenting a strong defensive start, but not the tools that he necessarily needs to defend against what Comrade Coheed is going to be doing in several turns. And in the meantime, Comrade Coheed is free to put the pedal to the metal and not worry about his own personal defense at all.
And crazy enough, played around Frostbind, kept 3 cards in hand after all of that, which is just wild to think about. Let's see how Bonnie can respond to this. Conrad just is going to level up, and there's nothing you can do. But that early Hydro Guard retainer, you love to see it. We were talking about this in our pre-game chat. This is what matters for Kong Meme. Seeing a Hydro Guard early to start generating this value. The Shifting Currents counter is at 1. If Hydro Guard gets 1 more, that's already mean it's plussing, and from there, it's just value to the moon for Bonnie. Comrade wants to really deal with this so Bonnie doesn't keep plussing, but Jim, we were just talking about it. You're already just leveling up and getting the value as much as possible. I don't think you're really going to deal with this. You're just going to try and race it.
Yeah, and Comrade Coheed actually in a kind of unique position here, able to race the water deck since a lot of his win conditions aren't going to be interactable in the way that water usually wants to interact. So Banirien's usual goal here, build up a lot of influence, and then when it's safe, kind of go up in levels and then present a long game win condition in some of the Terra stuff. But in this position, he's not going to have the chance to go that long, and he's not really going to have a lot of defenses up when Comrade Coheed starts going off with Foe Awakening.
Wild here.
Go ahead.
It's just crazy to see. Comrade's still digging. We had a Hasty Messenger pitching another float in the Stalwart Shieldmate, and then we also had a Sable Remnant that just got cremated. So once again, Comrade Kohi just still building up value. That Languid Toad Troll coming in clutch for Bonnie, though, absorbing some of those hits. And now we see here a... I totally forget his name. The Sage, who brings out a book.
Yes, the Sempiternal... Oh, not the Sempiternal Sage, the other Sage.
Zhou is the unique ally that brings out a book or a scripture, or a book, and then if you have a book or a scripture, you get an enlightenment counter. And we see Art of War. This is going to stop some of those allies coming in and getting the immediately effects of damage or the on attacks with the Hasty Messenger. Kind of good against CL, not really where you want to be. It's just you're probably going to use that for materialization level up when it comes time.
Yeah, and this is the kind of defense that is great against a deck that's coming in via allies or trying to make attacks, but Comrade Coheed is maybe chipping in for 1 or 2 here and there as part of his plan in order to go to a higher level, right? We're seeing attacks from Hasty Messenger, which that isn't a lot of important damage in the grand scheme of things. That's velocity. And Comrade Coheed has a lot of velocity at this point. Just a ton of influence in hand, and really solidly going through the game plan, already up to CL level 2 now, and ready to do potentially some serious damage, or just continue building up that influence and getting to level 3 with a 7, 8, 9 card hand, which is almost unheard of.
Yeah, and here we are, that dungeon guide hitting the field, gonna go to 3. And for those of you wondering why isn't there a card underneath that as an omen, it's because this is an oblation CL. You really want specific cards there for omens to be able to do combos. You're looking for Advent of the Stormcaller, and then maybe if you're unable to find that, you do want to look for like a 3 cost. And here we see also the new Divine Relic being played from Phantom Monarchs, Lost Providence. As long as you have unlocked Exalted, which means you're level 3 with an advanced element, or you have a level with an advanced element, you can materialize it for free, rested, and it becomes ephemeral.
A clutch reduced to ash from Comrade Coheed. So the way is free now to come into the attacks, the allies coming in. Not that it's going to do a whole lot, but it does free Comrade Coheed up to get value out of a Hasty Messenger the turn he plays it, and also prevents Bonnie from using the Art of War for that additional float, or pseudo float from Art of War. And we see exactly what Comrade Coheed wanted to attack with. Carter coming down on the board and getting immediately negated by Bonnie. He doesn't want to have anything to do with that.
Yeah, Carter is probably one of the best armor cards to this date. It is so good. Just the keyword cleave is like insane. And the fact that it costs only 2. Because if you keep in mind, like a lot of cards with the word cleave are exclusive to like warriors. So the fact that a guardian or ranger can gain access to cleave for so cheap feels so good against ally decks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and on this board with that taunt holding up, that cleave would have been exactly the right size with Carter's on enter in order to clear the board and get some damage on Bonnie, which Bonnie doesn't want to see that. Bonnie is trying to hold on to what life they have as hard as possible because the damage is going to come chipping in an unpreventable way sooner rather than later. And that's what we're seeing right now from Comrade Goheed. In the middle of their end phase, about to put in an Omen, and some conversation between the two. I'm not exactly sure where this is going, but of course, Ciel's level 3 ability, when you set an Omen, you get to do 2 unpreventable damage as a spell, which means that we're about to start seeing damage come in that Bannerien can't really do anything about.
Yes, and that's what makes CL so deadly. Is just the small incremental damage adds up so much. And the fact that it's unpreventable makes it so much worse because safeguard amulets, protections, anything like that can't answer it. So you're just taking this damage every turn. And CL's a guardian. Guardians have big attacks. And all you need is a couple of those ping damage from the spell from CL3 ability, and then maybe like a heavy swing on top for 6, 7, 8, depending on how many omens you have, and that can just be the game. We are seeing Kong Ming still at level 1, CL at level 3, and it is scary position to be in, especially when the Foe Awakening combo that you can do is about 16 damage with 2 of them.
Yeah, the things that you could do with Foe Awakening, absolutely wild. He's going to need a few more omens to really get the full value of it because Cielo level 2's ability to play a card out of your omens is limited to having 6 omens. So we're going to have to see that omen count build up a bit before we're seeing the truly scary amounts of damage. But with an armoire or with a couple more cards, we could start seeing that damage really stack up sooner rather than later. And Bani Rian does not have a lot of time to get himself into a better position for that.
Yes, you are correct here. And it feels like there was a judge call. And as soon as we get information about this, we'll go ahead and share it with you here. I don't want to make any speculations about this until we get official information from our judges themselves. But luckily, we have great judges working in the server to go ahead and make sure all gameplay proceeds very smoothly.
It sounds like there was an attempt at resolving CL2's on enter as if he had an omen. Uh, oh yeah, yeah. The turn he went to level 2, he resolved CL level 2's on enter ability as if he had an omen, getting a draw and discard. But of course, we both know that he didn't have an omen at that time. So I think I'm not exactly sure how they're handling it. Sounds like there's going to be a warning given, and as a result, I believe they're removing a card from Comrade Kohi's hand.
Yes, it is going to be classified as a private card error due to an unknown card drawn. And now the game is heading back into where it should be. We see a second Hydro card retainer on the side here for Bonnie, which means we're about to draw 2 from these shifting currents. And look at this value here, already plussing so much. We saw CL going crazy with cremation rituals. Now it's Bonnie's turn to start drawing a lot of cards with these Hydro cards.
Yeah, this is a really solid start for Bani Rien, just like it's been a really solid start for Comrade Coheed. So this is really cool actually to see both of the decks kind of firing on all cylinders, moving at the speed that the deck is intended to move at. So now it's just a question of, can Bonnie defend himself long enough to start really getting something going with the Bagwas of Vital Demise or whatever other tools he has in his deck before Comrade Coheed chips in with that unpreventable damage.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see when Bonnie's gonna choose to level up. I think that's the biggest thing here is you need a large life pool against CL. And if you're sticking at level 1, it makes me very anxious because you can just die. And even if you have this protection from this toad, you think you're safe, CL can easily go ahead and get this removed.
Yeah, absolutely. If he wants to, that toad is not long for the world. We did see a reveal of Comrade Coheed's hand earlier, and I think I saw an attack in there. Mm, maybe not. It doesn't look like he's running heavy swings. I thought I saw something, but maybe it wasn't that. Um, so, well, he actually might not have that many ways to get through this. I think the Carter was really his big chance to get through the toad troll, and now that that hasn't happened, he's either looking for another Carter or looking to get the Carter out of his omens in order to actually get through. But maybe he just doesn't get through. Maybe the entire rest of his game is down to getting these omens and dealing the unpreventable damage with CL3.
Yeah, just sort of adding that damage up, going for those foe awakening combos. But here we see Bonnie pulling the trigger, going into Kongming level 2. Ascent Vice, I believe, is the tagline for that.
Ascetic Vice, yep.
Aesthetic Vice, there we go. And this is such a good card because it is your main draw engine for the Kongming deck. Whenever your shifting currents go north to south, you get to draw a card. It's like a Merlin, right? But at level 2. Every other turn, if you play your cards right, you get to draw a card. And then on enter, you also get an Empower 3 effect. Sometimes this matters. A lot of the times in water, though, you're not going to see much of it here.
Yep. And firing off a Fracturize on his own item in order to gain that extra pseudo influence from the fractal while keeping a little bit more floating memory in his yard. Really just both of these players, it's fascinating. Both of these players are effectively playing solitaire. Both of these players are kind of building up their own influence and building up their resources and moving towards their own engines, and not a whole lot of interaction has actually happened. There was that Carter. That was really cool to see the Cerulean come down almost instantly, right? He knew exactly what he needed to do to defend himself. But otherwise, he's really just kind of sitting back and drawing cards. Now he's
Yeah,
taking advantage of the floating memory, getting that Frostborn Paladin onto the board, getting the extra card draw, and now starting to swing in for something that kind of looks like actual damage.
we are actually starting to put pressure. Frostform Paladin, a great way to start that. And I really like what Bonnie did here with removing the 2 allies that CL has. You talked about it, but Carter is the win con to go ahead and get rid of this board. How do you stop Carter from clearing your board? Make sure Carter has no other allies that he can consume to get that bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. The Carter's on enter is the real power behind Carter, and with no allies to eat for it, the bonus that you get from Carter, the cleave damage, the extra hit is much smaller, and going to be a lot harder to get through this Languid Toad Troll in those circumstances.
It's so funny seeing this Toad actually on the field. I feel like all of last season, we've always saw the Toad thrown to the wayside in the graveyard, used as a target for Water Diana decks to carp song coda people. But now the Toad's actually getting time in the spotlight, eating up attacks, and honestly, I think has absorbed 2 to 3 damage a turn. So I'd clearly say this Toad's eaten 10 plus damage and is still around to tell the tale.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very effective for him. But of course, that doesn't stop Comrade Goheed from continuing the turbo up. We now have Devouring Malice coming onto the board, eating 8 damage directly to his champion in order to be able to draw 2 extra cards, followed by another Creative Shock, putting more float into that graveyard. Just card after card after card, building up influence, getting to this situation where he's going to have some overwhelming force to deal with the defenses that Bonnie has put up.
Yes, I honestly though, Jim, if I'm CL at 4 damage and I have the chance to draw 2 by taking 8, I do that every day of the week. You're a 30
Uh-huh.
life champion. Guardians are so powerful with their life pool. They're able to take these huge risk effects like that and still be perfectly fine. If it was any other champion, you'd be very concerned at your life. Right now, CL is chilling, thriving. We saw Spirel, and then we see this Carter come in. Unfortunately, Spirel has done her duty. Carter cleaving the board now 4-4, but we see I believe, a dissuading halt, a ceasing edict from Kongming here. Really great card because it is their own version of Song of Frost. If your shifting currents is facing south, this card costs 2 less to activate. And then your Kongming bonus, if a unit is attacking, you end the combat phase. Everything on the stack goes away, and it pretty much resets that player where they're at, and that ally is now rested.
Yep. Once again, another threatening attack from Karmad Kohid stalled immediately by Bonnie. This time, allowing the Carter to hit the board, right? No negate to be seen. But by stalling that attack, he cost Comrade Kohid a few extra resources. That poor sacrificial Spirel going to the graveyard immediately. And now Bonnie is leveling up to 3, turning on that Terra element. Tell us about his game plan at this point, Valk. What is he looking for? How is he going to start getting some damage through?
Yes, Kong Ming, once you have Terra unlocked, you're looking for your probably most important win con in the whole deck is Bagua Vital Demise. This is pretty much your infinite damage source. It's a 2-cost fast speed spell that deals 4 damage to target champion. If your shifting currents is facing east, you get to actually preserve that card. And then fun fact, it has a second line of text. If your shifting currents is facing west, you can activate this card from your material deck preserved and just go from there. So if you have a couple of spells to combo with, you can preserve a Bagua and then go to activate the Bagua once your shifting currents is west. Play enough spells to put your shifting currents back to east to preserve that Bagua once again.
Wow, speaking of turning on Terra, we have Lu Bu, Indomitable Titan, coming down onto the field. Such remarkable aggression from a level 3 water deck here. Just placing allies and turning them sideways. Already, Comrade Goheed now at 17 damage markers. Even through, the defensive tools that he had, even through the health regained from Carter. So this is a lot of pressure coming out of this water deck.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. This Kong Ming list in general, levels 1 and 2, you play coy, you play like, I'm just gonna draw cards, have a good time, negate some stuff. And at level 3, all hell breaks loose for Kong Ming. You have Lu Bu coming in, swinging in. You have spells being slung. You have a shifting current spinning in every direction possible, drawing cards, dealing damage. Who knows what else it is capable of? And one thing to notice, all of Bonnie's cards have an important keyword: taunt. No, almost every ally they play is taunt or intercept, and that is a great way to stay alive as a mage, as you get your allies to take that blunt damage for you. So Conrad's damage, this 8 that Kongmin's taken, is literally only from spells.
Mm-hmm. And the important part about that is it's unpreventable spell damage, right? It targets as a spell, so something like Spell Shroud could, in fact, help Banirian in this position, but it's not damage that Banirian could negate with something like a Coriolis Ward or any other kinds of defensive tools that you usually see in this kind of water deck. So it's a dangerous position for him to be in once Comrade Coheed starts ramping up with the combo. I think the armoire is sitting on the table. So Comrade Coheed is presenting 10 damage pretty much at will.
That
But
is
again, has to be
true.
really careful here.
It is. I think both decks sort of are ticking time bombs, right? Both of them are able for big bursts of damage. It's just who has the amount of influence and who can pull the trigger and get away with it the fastest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Chalice of Blood coming down from Comrade Coheed actually really threatening because Banirian does not want to be in the position where he's putting Comrade Coheed above 20 damage counters without then having a plan to really push that end game forward. Otherwise, he's just handing Coheed that extra influence essentially for free. And anything on the board that represents a card draw also represents an additional Foe Awakening activation because of the Magnum Armor.
Oh, it's all adding up, and we have a Lost Providence still on the field for Comrade to draw. We have 2 modes left on our Devouring Malice, with only 1 counter though, so we can either put -3 or put 3 debuff counters on an ally, and then we could also deal 3, recover 3. I really think you're going to be keeping the deal 3, recover 3 in the back pocket. It's going to be that final push of that damage, especially since we see 4 taunt allies. We're not making it through this.
Yep, absolutely. Banirian very carefully not putting Comrade Coheed above that 20 damage mark, not giving him the opportunity to get that extra card draw, because as it stands right now, with 4 omens underneath that the servile possessions, Comrade Coheed is representing 10 damage and that's another 4 damage on, or 4 or 6 damage on top of that if he has the card draw available. So this is a very scary position for Bonnie.
Yeah, it is, and we see CL going in finally. A devastating blow. Which taunt ally would you like to remove off the field first? That is the
Which of the
question.
4 taunts? Oh, that's so hard. That's so difficult. God, seeing that wall of allies must be so disheartening. It's a good thing Carmine Gohid has ways to deal damage that doesn't involve going through those allies. But this is helpful just to slow down Bonnie. If he knocks out one of the Hydro Guard retainers, now Bonnie Rien's draw engine is cut in half.
Yeah, I think you cut out the draw engine or you just take out the Lu Bu because Bonnie could not retaliate without putting you in chalice range. So it's a free way to remove that. Well, you can't even retaliate against a devastating blow anyways. So who are we kidding? Yeah, take out the draw engine. Stop that double the amount of card draw here because it is obscene with the amount of value they have gotten away with.
Yeah, Lubu's kind of been relegated to clearing the board, but not being able to push damage through. Because if Carmine Gohid ends up on his own turn with a damage count above 20, he is set up to Foe Awakening for 4 damage, use the Chalice of Blood to refill his hand, use the Armoire to replace the Foe Awakening, and then hit for another 4 immediately. And it's just, it's so dangerous. It's so dangerous.
Poor Comrade Coheed still deciding what do you want to attack into here. And for all we know, there could be another cease and edict here by Bonnie, and that's just going to be the end of this combat phase. And that devastating blow is actually not going to go ahead and consume anything here. We see an activation of Coriolis Ward, shifting the currents. Why not? Let's draw 2. Just see what's happening here. What are we Coriolising here? Who's the target?
Well, it is a big, devastating blow that is now getting reduced to 1 damage. So that is 1 damage on Lubu. So Lubu being the eventual target of that. 2 more damage now coming in from Comrade Coheed's level 3 ability as the passes the turn and puts another omen down. That damage heading to... Doesn't seem to be hitting Bonnie Rien. The damage counter hasn't ticked up, but I'm not sure what else he would have done with it.
Lubu.
Oh, that was enough to kill Lubu.
Yeah, so Lubu took 2 off the devastating and then the omen finishing off the Lubu, which I feel like that's just kind of you overinvested to remove that ally. You really want that damage to keep going into Kong Ming so she gets pretty much within range of your combo kill. But here we see Nascent Blast being empowered, and this is where it's going to start getting annoying. You're going to take 3 damage, that goes back in memory, and then Bonnie Rain's just going to go ahead and recollect and be able to activate that Nascent Blast once again. Comrade Coheed's going to take this moment, though. You're above 20. Let's go ahead and draw a few cards here with that Chalice of Blood.
Yeah, and a sensible position at this point. Bonnie Rien wouldn't be knocking Comrade Coheed above that damage counter unless he had a plan. And if you're Comrade Coheed sitting there and seeing this attack come in during Bonnie's recollection step, then you have to be worried. You have to be under the impression that this could be more dangerous than it looks. This is not just 3 damage. This represents a turn potentially full of the remaining damage necessary to kill him. And yeah, I would be worried in his shoes.
Oh, 100%. I think just from allies alone, we have 3 from the small guys, 3 from the Frostworn. That's 6, putting you at 27. And Nascent Blast just would win the game by itself there. And in Conrad's spot, you look at the amount of cards that Bonnie Rain has in hand, and you go, yeah, I don't think I could fight through this on my turn with just 5 cards in hand remaining here. And here we go, Bonnie looking out to close this game with oh, that's a Lubu. I thought that was a Nascent Blast.
I thought it was going to be another Nascent Blast too. Oh, no. Instead of 2 Nascent Blasts, we have Lubu and Nascent Blast. This is really dangerous. This is kind of the turning point for the game here. If Coheed doesn't have any kind of defenses, this is over.
Yeah, I think it's actually really smart playing this Lubu here and attacking in, because either Comrade has to respond to this Lubu attacking, and on top of whatever they're doing, you can Nascent Blast to close out the game, or you can just let the Lubu win the game, because you do have that ability on attack. You may pay 2 to wake up that Lubu, and you get to attack again. it is a nice feeling getting that multi-attack off.
Yeah, Bunny has so much influence now, too. He absolutely has the tools he need in order to get through the 6 remaining damage for Comrade Kohit. If he gets one attack off with this Lubu, he's got Nascent Blast in his hand, ready to come down. Obviously, he doesn't want to waste the Nascent Blast. He doesn't want to throw it without it being empowered, but if it wins the game, I think he is happy to do so. And we are just waiting to see whether or not Kohit has any kind of response to this Lubu. What is he going to do to defend himself in this position?
It looks like we might be trying to pop Armoire here to maybe get a Resolute Stand or something back to try and stay alive. But we are chatting about it here, not popping the Armoire quite yet. Still considering, still thinking, what are your valid targets? I see like a Spirel, a Resolute, a Carter. I think that's 2 Resolutes in there. Not much more I could sneak in, but this is going to deal 2 damage. Maybe you were looking into pinging off the Lubu with going from there.
Yeah, getting that Resolute Stand, and we'll see what he ends up trading in here. It looked like there was a bit of a concern of what the actual timing was, whether or not the Frostborn Paladin had actually dealt their damage or not. But given that the health counter is still at 24, it looks like the Frostborn Paladin has dealt damage. So now this is in response to the Lubu coming out. 2 damage from the Omen, hitting Bani Rien in the face. And Lubu now coming in with a potentially lethal attack. 2 more coming down from Bonnie in order to keep. Sorry, I overwrote you. Two more coming down from Bonnie in order to wake up the Lubu after the attack goes in. 1 damage being dealt through the Resolute Stand. Now going in one more time, 1 more damage, 4 damage away. That's 1 damage away from lethal with a Nascent Blast. What do you think he has here?
Bagua? That's the big question here.
Oh,
and we do see the
Bagua would do it.
Bagua.
Yep,
Sure.
that's it.
Yep.
Lethal on the stack. Bonnie Rien asking the important question: do you have a response?
Blanche
Oh.
main board. That is something you do not see often here. A comrade saying, I'm gonna Blanche ya, and a Frostbite from Byrain sneakily being pushed up from hand, gonna say, you can't pay for this. And a comrade unfortunately could not, and that is going to go ahead and be the game here. Actually, I'm very curious. Comrade had 1 card in hand and he lost Providence still on the field. They could have drawn for that second card, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe a little bit of a fumble, and we did miss 1 big interaction that we forgot to mention, but Devouring Malice was activated on the Frostborn Paladin swing, which was that recover 3. So that was a big difference to where it was sort of that awkward moment of trying to stay alive. And I think if there wasn't the Bagua, Comrade Kohid would have been able to push through with that turn, with that Resolute Stand.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an incredible back and forth, and also a lot of damage pushed in at once from Bani Rien, right? That's an impressive, just an impressive amount of damage at once to go in for this high level water deck. Very cool.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it was almost burst damage on that turn, right? So you got 3 allies, so 3 damage. The Lubu was 8 damage with the double attack, so that's already 11. You took Nascent Blast earlier in that turn on pre-recollection, so that's 3, that's 14. Frostsworn, 17, Bagua. So that's a total of 21 damage swing in just 1 turn from a water deck. That's something normally you see from fire, but it's all due to the fact that Bonnie was able to draw so many cards from the Hydro Guards. They just stayed alive so long and kept drawing cards, placing like +5, +6 at this point. And that is why this deck can excel if those Hydro Guards stay alive.
Yeah, honestly, the game went really well for both of them until the very end, and Bonnie just got that little bit of tempo jump. So we've gone through our sideboarding now, moving into game 2. What kind of sideboard do you think we're going to be seeing coming in from Bonnie here?
Oh, that is a good question here. I personally, now knowing what I'm playing against, Regal Inquisition coming in 100%. You want to stop some of the cards that CL needs to win the game. And then additionally, a Ceasing Edict might be what you need to stop these Carter Cleaves. You saw how impactful those were when Bonnie stopped them prior. So if just an additional card to go ahead and get those completely like negated here. And on the side of Comrade Coheed, what do you think CL is going to be bringing in against this hard control matchup?
It's kind of difficult to say. I expect to see Regal Inquisition come in. I think that's going to be one of the key aspects here, just to see if the way is clear in order to play some of his more powerful spells. We might be seeing an Abnegation come in, since that
Mm-hmm.
that life total was really close. And I think if Comrade Goheed had one more defensive tool, one more source of recovery there, Comrade Goheed was probably in a position to turn that around and crack back. But they are immediately underway. We are seeing the stereotypical Library Witch plus Cremation Ritual coming down for Comrade Goheed.
Hold
What
on,
a
Jim. I'm going to stop you right there real quick.
sure.
We just saw the interaction of the new spirit rule. It got frostbinded. Fire players punished for their turn one greed. We went Library Witch, Cremation Ritual, and Bonnie said, not so fast. I could actually play cards now. Frostbind that Cremation Ritual. Just draw your one from that Library Witch, but you will not get the additional +2.
Water players eating well. Fantastic start for Bonnie, and a real roadblock for Comrade Coheed. That's a lot of cards that he no longer has access to. Um, and the defensive tricks are once again in play for Bonnie. Instead of the Languid Toad Troll, we have the other the other frog.
I
Um,
At this point, I just think Bonnie looked up all water cards with the word taunt and just threw them in their deck at this point.
yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Of course, this Taunter has floating memory, so I think this one he's a little bit happier to let this one die under the appropriate circumstances. But once again, Comrade Kohi just not really paying much attention to the board. It's like, okay, you have a Taunter, feel free. I am just going to continue ramping up. I've got Creative Shock. I've got a backup charger. I have ways to increase my influence. And Bonnie Lian is like, okay, yeah, you can do that. I can do that too. With the Hydra Guard Retainer, the perfect card in this situation. And both of them just ramping and ramping and ramping.
Yeah, we see Comrade Coheed materializing backup charger last turn to get the additional draw, and then now we're going into CL level 1. Had to take sort of that turn off just because you did get Frostbind on your first turn. Don't want to go too low in influence here. And one thing to note here is we want to see if Comrade's going to remember to Omen at the end of this turn to be able to take advantage of that CL level 2. And honestly, that one additional Omen would have paid big dividends last game as well. So something to keep on the look. But I'm half expecting another ally into Cremation Ritual or Creative Shock here. Oh, look, Library Witch.
Yep, here we go. Once again with the Cremation Ritual, Bonnie Lian looks like he's letting this one go by this time. So 3 additional cards into hand for Comrade Coheed, ready to move on and make something else happen. So here comes the hasty. Yeah, it's the whole gamut of cards. It's every single thing that Comrade Coheed could possibly want to see for this early game. Dropping some more float into the graveyard, and there is that Omen. He is off to the races.
Yes, I honestly it feels like a lot of these level 3 fire decks just look up cards with floating memory, cards that let me draw cards, and then that is 50% of their deck because it accelerates you to that game plan, and once you're there, you're able to actually start playing with the fun cards that you want with all the Umbra for CL, things of that nature here. But we see Rising Tides pre-recollection for Bonnie here, get that floating memory in. And we're going to see now what we're going to do. We're at level 2. We have a Hydro Guard. A second Hydro Guard would be more than enough to start the value train again. But no, we're just going to end turn, shift that north, keep a grip of cards in hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit more passive than I think Bunny Lian was looking for, but you cannot have 2 Hydro Guard retainers in the first 3 turns of every single one of your games, as Terra Kongming, alas. Unfortunately, this game does not appear to have been one of those, one in a few.
You are correct. And we got CL level 2. And this time we do have an Omen, so we can discard and draw. That Sable Remnant, go ahead, hitting that graveyard here. Hasty Messenger, probably going to drop us another float. We see that in the form of a Stalwart Shieldmate. And now it's just a Dungeon Guide or play a 3 cost to be able to level up to CL3 next turn.
It looks like Dungeon Guide to me. Oh, Creative Shock. Creative Shock. Okay. Seems like a similarly good plan. more than enough cards to work with, honestly. And look at all of that float in the yard. He could use float to get to 3 automatically.
You're right. That is exactly 3 float here to get to level 3. I know Merlin players are salivating at the amount of floating memory in the graveyard at this current moment here. But luckily, Conrad Coheed is against the other mage of the game, Kong Ming, not going to be eating much floating memory here. And we see 1 float being used here, and the Tome of Sorcery going to be brought out here for Bonnie. Allows you to empower 1, really helpful with those nascent blasts. And also just you get a level 2 effect on enter, draw a card into memory. So using that floating to turn into an actual card from your deck.
Yeah, no nascent blast this time. I'm sure Bonnie would have loved to have seen that additional damage source here, given that he's been holding on to a few cards in hand without a whole lot to do with them. But going into that Hydro Guard Retainer, passing the turn, doing Kong Ming things, and drawing an extra card off of those shifting winds.
I do think Bonnie may be sort of dead drawing here, not really developing anything to the board, just sort of attacking, passing, and getting those draws. I want really curious what we're looking for, or maybe we're just drawing all of our Terra cards at this moment and nothing too playable in the form of a water or an ally. And we see Comrade Coheed going to level 3. CL full potential unlocked now. Damage cannot be prevented from this ability. Lost Providence entering hindered and ephemeral thanks to the active alternate activation cost of it here. Hasty Messenger swinging into the Toad and devastating blow. No, a
Ah,
Carter.
Carter. Yeah, this is a pretty good time for a Carter. There's 2 4 health allies on Bonnie's side of the field, and Comrade Coheed has just enough damage marked on him to be able to fully recover using the power of this Carter. So if Bonnie is as bricked as he looks like, this is a really, really terrible position for him. He's going to be losing his Hydro Guard Retainer. He's going to be getting a little bit of float in the yard, so it's not all downside. But, oh, it looks like we're going to get another ceasing. Oh, Coriola's Ward.
Oh,
So he is
protecting.
preventing, looks like preventing 3 damage to the Hydro Guard Retainer. Yep. The only way he has in order to keep his draw engine online.
I like that a lot. You get yourself that float from Carter cleaving your Toad. You protect your Hydro Guard, and since you're already west, the uh, Coriolis Ward is going to draw a card into memory, replacing itself. So not a bad trade at all. Yes, you take 4 damage, but you finally get that additional float, and your draw engine is still kicking.
Yeah, keeping the Hydro Guard Retainer alive is definitely the biggest part of this play. Oh, I don't know if this is going to be enough though. So the Hydro Guard Retainer has 1 damage marked on it. The Hasty Messenger is going to come in for a 2nd damage. Ooh, and that's just enough damage to kill with CL's level 3 after this Omen comes in. And there it goes. Oh, poor Bonnie. So bricked this game. Really has no action going on. And Comrade Coheed, like everything is just coming up Coheed. This is such a good start for him.
Yeah, the unfortunate part is if you empowered with that Tome of Sorcery on that Coriolis ward, that Hydro Guard would still be alive here. It would have negated that 1 damage from that Hasty Messenger, causing the Omen ability not to kill the Hydro Guard itself. So, a little bit of hindsight there. Maybe should have invested a little bit more into that protection there so you could have it going into that level 3 turn. Plus, we did see a banishment of another Hydro Guard from memory to get to this point.
Oh man, what a rough position. Yeah, a couple of cards drawn into memory a little bit too late. But now we're seeing Bonnie up at level 3, all of those Terra cards that have presumably been clogging up his hand active, taking advantage of that exact same Tome of Sorcery in order to fire off an empowered Nascent Blast. And maybe we'll see the damage engine that we saw last game start to kick into gear.
Yes, it would be really nice to see. However, we're about 5-ish cards short from where we were last time, so it is going to be slightly an uphill battle, while CL is sitting at a comfortable position with the amount of influence they have. But this is a good card to get it started here. Lu Bu back on the field, probably going to go ahead and clear the board. Yes, get that Hasty Messenger out of here, and end the turn, wake up with a Vigor trigger, shift that current south, and draw a card.
Yeah, wild for Lubu to be on the board like this. This is such a commanding presence on the board. I don't think Comrade Coheed is in much of a position to clear this. We could see another Carter come down. We could potentially see another devastating blow like we did last game. But yeah, this hasty messenger is not going to be long for this world. Lubu almost immediately resting for that intercept and retaliate, uh not even giving Coheed a chance to discard the card, just like, no, 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 get that out of here.
Yeah, a little bit tell of the information, but at the same time, you're trying to make a point. Uh, a lot of information can be gained, but we're just playing a dungeon guide here in the form of an ally. Of course, we're not going to activate the on-enter effects just because we want to hit that Lubu for one more damage, so the Omen for CL3 will be able to take it out here.
Yeah. Oh man. So there's been a lot of Lupus going through this board. This particular Lupu, yeah, it doesn't look pretty good. It's actually pretty impressive how well Coheed has been able to go through all of these 4 health allies, right? There's been so many. And wow, using the Bagua here to deal damage to that dungeon guide in order to protect Lubu. Oh, I love to see it.
That is a heads up play. Saving your Lubu, that Bagua is now preserved because you got your currents east. So it's not like you're really going down in cards at this current moment. And you're waking up with such a commanding board position, still having the Lubu.
Yeah, this is exactly where Bannerien wants to be. I mean, I think he would be happier if he had another 5 or 6 influence, but beggars can't be choosers, you know? And in this particular situation, I think things are going as well as they possibly could, given the starts we've had. Of course, Comrade Coheed also had a heck of a start, sitting on 5 omens right now, Manxum Armoire in play, and a big enough graveyard to fuel a foe awakening should one come up. So we'll see what happens in that respect. No damage yet marked on not a lot of damage. I see 5. I guess that 5 damage is marked on Bunny right now. But is that 5 damage on Coheed, or maybe I'm
5 damage
misreading the right numbers?
on Bonnie right now.
Okay.
Coheed has not taken any, as a lot of these swings have been going into allies.
Right. Yes, Bonnie is needed to keep that board clear. So with the 5 damage marked on Bonnie, he's still a ways away from death, but every omen that comes in is one less turn that Bonnie has to assemble his engine and start getting his pressure online.
Yes, and we just saw a Regal Inquisition coming in, forcing Comrade Coheed to discard 5. And they drew into some pretty good cards. We got Foe Awakening, Spirel. I believe that's an Umbra Sight chilling over there as well. So pretty decent. It's always like good that you get cards you don't want your opponent to have out of their hand, but then at the same time they draw cards that you really don't want them to have. So it's hit and miss.
Yeah, it's so dangerous to try and get rid of the things that are going to prevent you from winning the game, only to see them drawing into worse things. It's a very feel bad card sometimes like that.
But it also feels so good when you remove their win con and they draw into nothing. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a high variance. Gamblers love Grand Archive. Oh, we're seeing the Grand Sonnerie come down for Comrade Coheed. This is a very powerful Umbra weapon. I think we have enough reserve in the omens to turn on the extra power for it too.
I think
So,
you're correct. This CL will be swinging in for a lot of damage coming in. And we did see the Foe Awakening, so I do feel like we're going to be looking potentially for a kill in this turn or next. There is a Lubu taunt to get through, though. That is important to note, so we have to remove that before we even consider attacking in.
oh, is this another sacrificial Spirel? Are we going to see Carter come down again, cleaving in for 4 here?
I would love to see another Carter here. It'd be so good. Exactly deals with the Lubu, deals additional damage to Kongming as well. And Spirel, you really don't need to worry about negating. She's already done 3 damage with the on enter, and you're perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, every piece of damage definitely helps here. And seeing the Bagua come down with Spirels on enter on the stack, preventing Comrade Coheed from getting the opportunity to come in with Carter. Oh, the Foe Awakening, it's happening!
It is working here. We are gonna Omen 2 fire cards. That's gonna be 4 damage here. And this is a lot of omens here. We're gonna Lost Providence. We're gonna draw a card. Omwar, we're gonna go ahead and get the Foe Awakening back, put that card, deal another 2. And then we're gonna Foe Awakening once again for an additional 4 more damage, and then CL gonna be swinging in for a lot.
Yeah, this would be what, 7 damage with the Sonnerie? If he decides to go for it. It looks like he is just ending the turn and omening the Foe Awakening in order to be able to play it again off of CL level 2.
So good. So pretty much Comrade Coheed is telling Bonnie, this is your last turn. On my turn, it's over. So Bonnie's gonna have to either find a way to recover out of this, which we're gonna take a look at the list to see if we see any leeching bolts. That
Didn't see
is
Leeching Bolts.
the
I think he does have the Sempiternal Sage, though, which does have that on attack recover 3.
that
So he's
is
not
true.
immediately dead, but wow, what a dangerous position for him to be in.
Very dangerous here. And let's see what Bonnie does with this last bated breath here before CL is able to Foe Awakening once more. Oh, and there's the Sage, a 1 of in the deck, and we are going to get a little bit of that recovery here.
Yeah, so this is going to put him a little bit back into the game. We'll see if this is going to be enough to keep him safe, because Conrad Coheed still has a lot of sources of damage here. I don't know if there's any float still left in the yard, but we could see Devouring Malice coming out for a little bit of extra damage on top of the extra Foe Awakening hit. Very curious to see what Comrade Coheed's position is here, because coming into your turn at this point with literal zero influence is not the easiest position to be in.
Yes, you are correct here. Keep in mind this Foe Awakening combo is going to be total 6 damage for this turn. So Bonnie just barely out of range by 2 here. We do see CL attacking in, finally removing off this Lubu, which has been a pain in the side for Comrade. Drawing a card into memory off of all those omens here. Why not? Another omen in, dealing 2 damage. Gonna go ahead, put Bonnie. Oh, are we targeting? Oh, we targeted Bonnie here, but Covenant of Thorns underneath the Grail. Gonna go ahead and redirect that damage to that Sage, keeping the Sage alive and preventing Bonnie from taking damage.
Yep, 2 damage, not enough to kill the Sempiternal Sage, which means that Covenant of Thorns is going to live to prevent even more damage. That is wild. That's such good value.
It is, and you're just gonna get another recover 3 from the Sage attacking in. I feel like Foe Awakening is such a powerful combo, but also not having access to uh the oblation just really leaves you against these like stally board heavy decks, not being able to do much. We're gonna lineage release CL level 2 for Foe Awakening. Discard 2, Omen 2, dealing 4 damage, which will all just kill the September Sage because of Covenant of Thorns. And
Mm-hmm.
fun fact, it has the keyword preserved, so Bonnie's just going to be able to get it back on his materialization.
Oof, yeah, that Sempiternal Sage is probably coming right back. We're gonna see some more recovery here. I think the important part there was getting the Covenant of Thorns off of the table. He needed to get rid of that, and much better to do it with a Foe Awakening hit with that Omen power versus needing to waste an attack from the Sonnerie into an ally again when you could be doing that 7 damage directly to Bunny's face.
You are correct, sort of seeing if Bonnie has a ceasing edict to stop the combat phase. So multiple ways around it here, but Conrad's just sort of on the top decking plan and dealing 2 damage per turn with an Omen. Unfortunately, going to get outraced by that September Sage. And wow, a Fracturize even coming down here. We are running out of options. We're going to go ahead and omen that foe and pass turn back to Bonnie. 18 to 18 we're at with life totals, Jim. This is way closer than it needs to be.
Yeah, it's so interesting with Foe Awakening. Like, this plan is so all in, right? It's the most all in strategy you could possibly get, literally discarding your entire hand and memory in order to get the effect off of this Foe Awakening. And Comrade Coheed is now seeing what happens when you fire that off and don't get the kill, drawing one card per turn, slowly trying to claw his way back into the game. Getting his weapon fracturized is so painful in this position. What is he going to do to be able to defend himself? He's lost his level 2, he's lost his armoire, all of the value in those omens are gone. He's sitting there with a card in hand and a Chalice and Blood in play as his only options. Is he going to get what he needs in order to defend himself from this Lu Bu now coming in for yet another 4 damage? 29 damage marked on Comrade Coheed. There goes the Chalice of Blood. Does he see an answer? Is there an answer, or is Lu Bu going to kill him off? This is it. This is the final moment. Shuffling his hand and
Oh, we're just passing
pass the turn?
turn.
Did I miss something? Did we not have the influence to attack again with Lu Bu?
I think we did, but maybe Bonnie's trying to keep up defensive plays, not wanting to risk. But even if there was a resolute stand, Lu Bu still would have came through. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, okay. So Foe Awakening actually would have been a draw that knocked Lu Bu out of the table, right? Prevented that lethal line. But it looks like Coheed knows what's going on, and that looks like the end of the game to me.
that is the end of the game. Bonnie Rain on Water Kong Ming Terra takes it 2-0 against Comrade Coheed on the Fire Seal Foe Awakening combo deck there. And it's just one of those moments. Players will always play things differently, whether it was the correct play or not. Some a little bit more conservative, with Bonnie not wanting to risk it. Other players might have just attacked with that Lu Bu that second time and said, show me what you got. If you have the foe or a double resolutes, you got me here. But even then, Bonnie still had the Bagua in hand and could have easily went ahead and activated that to close out the game as well. Many ways, but taking the safer option. Comrade Coheed drawing that last card, realizing cannot come back from it, and giving the game away.
Yeah, it really did feel like it was so close at the end, with the power of the Foe Awakening dealing so much damage, and Bonnie Rien just barely keeping himself in the game by the skin of his teeth, getting that recover right at the last second. Sempiternal Sage on top of the Covenant of Thorns, and then once the Sempiternal Sage died, preserving it, getting it back, getting even more recover. And it was just so close, so back and forth. Very impressive performance, I think, by both players. Very cool to see the power of these new cards out of CL, and also very cool to see kind of the evolution of Terra Kongming and where she's at this stage. This kind of water mage Terra deck is really looking like it's got some power there. You don't see it very often at the high tables, or you definitely haven't seen a lot of press about it at any of the ascents or anything. But it's definitely a powerful deck.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I'm super excited that we got to see a new deck sort of combo go on and a deck resurging because of the new set. Can't wait to see what comes next in our next 2 rounds. And once again, everyone, this is our first ever PTM weekly being streamed. All these players playing in their first big PTM weekly here. Super great to have everyone here. And as a reminder, you are watching the True Champion Gaming Online League for North America. So if you're enjoying it, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button? It always helps, shows us that you're enjoying it, gives the producer a good feeling as well. And without further ado, Jim, thank you so much for joining us here for round 2. My name is Valkyrie. I'm with Jim the Eternal, and we will all catch you in round 3.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the first PTM Online Weekly here at the TCG Online League for North America. I am Jim the Eternal, returning for round 3, and with me, of course, Clem Hopkins. How are you doing, Clem? Are you excited for the new season?
I am very excited for the new season. For everything except Merlin. like, like, it's a conceptually amazing deck. It's a whole new archetype and everything that we see. But man, Crux. I'm guilty of abusing Crux. I won my first ever store championship back in Dawn of Ashes season, which I think there was like 10 people playing in
There were only
Europe
two
back
decks,
then.
though.
Yeah, and I won that with Avarice looping. So I am not innocent. I am guilty of using Crux to actually abusing it more than anyone today. However, that also is why I'm kind of tired.
Yeah.
It's just value. It's infinite value. It's
No,
crazy.
Crux is fine, as I have been assured many, many times by everybody that plays Grand Archive. Um, I kind of understand. Like, I think the new Merlin mechanics are cool. I like the idea of Sheen. Merlin as an assassin is a neat concept. But that's definitely not the deck that has me excited, right? Like, I think Merlin is still gonna play kind of like Merlin, and maybe that's good. Maybe that's not as good. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm definitely excited to see what other kinds of deck archetypes will be shown off in the coming PTM season. There are some really cool CL tech that's been shown off. The Chessman deck looks like it has a lot of potential. I'm personally super thrilled about Umbra Alice. That deck looks very, very cool and has a lot of potential iterations on it. But yeah, there's just a lot of variety with the new stuff, and I'm really excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. About the CL tech, I have to admit I didn't quite pay attention to the last round, but I did hear that we had Foe Awakening in a Fire CL deck, which is a card I'm very, very excited about because the idea that people like you play a card and people cannot respond to it and like nothing can be added to the stack after is just such a cool concept in card games for me because it's not only that your opponent can't respond, it's not like it's unnegatable. It's that you have to build up your stack in a way where you kind of have to predict when they might interact. So you play that card and you're like, all right, now I can put kind of a temporary stop to whatever crazy things are happening.
Yeah, Foe Awakening feels, especially like that card specifically, feels like a very powerful card. Because, I mean, you print anything that costs 0, and it's like, okay, how are people going to abuse this? And then on top of that, it's like, okay, people have been running Incapacitate since the moment it got printed. And now we have a free way to prevent Incapacitate from ruining your day. But on top of that, Foe Awakening also has this extremely all-in nature to it, where in order to be able to play it, you literally have to discard your entire influence. So it's like, okay, well, this game is ending one way or another, and maybe the Foe Awakening is ending it in a way that I like, or maybe I'm just completely out of options when you do whatever it is you do in response to it. So I do really like the power level of that card, and yeah, I think it's got a lot of potential.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing how it can be abused because
Mhm.
it's a there's a lot of ways of yeah it can be played and it's going to be very good, but I think it has a lot of potential to just be abused to oblivion to a point where it could get to a point where it gets banned, and I'm interested and excited to see it. First, I'm that's why I'm kind of really excited for Manila because
Mhm.
it's a southeast, well, it's an Asian ascent,
Mhm.
and it's gonna be probably a really big one, and it's gonna be the first one of the season. So I look forward to seeing what decks people brew up for it.
Yeah, I mean SEA is notoriously Merlin pilled, So I think we're probably going to be seeing a fair amount of Merlin, and maybe somebody will sneak in with a little CL or something else. Maybe Tristan. Maybe Tristan just comes
Could
back. Who
be,
knows?
could be.
Right? Maybe Seryu. I think Seryu is actually pretty well positioned into kind of the previous meta, but also potentially this meta going forward. Like Seryu's always been in a good position, and if decks are gonna kind of dirtle around, go into level 3, and not really affecting the board the way that people are talking about. The assassin Merlin has a lot of damage, but it's really just kind of dealing damage to things, right? So I don't know. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this stuff plays out.
Yeah, and speaking of Winsariu, are coming up on stream next, we're going to see a Winsariu against another infamous tamer deck that terrorized us for quite a while. It's gonna be, well, not this specific version. It's gonna be Water Slimes, Water Sylvie, which is nowadays it's really just Slimes, versus Winsariu, which I'm excited to see because I don't think we've really seen Water Sylvie bloom that much, or like people experiment with it because the blue slime is just like, okay, but what am I gonna do if it doesn't have intercept? So people haven't really gone into water slime, I feel like.
Yeah, when Slimes was popular, everybody was talking about Norm Slimes and Fire Slimes. Like you said, the blue slimes that you have access to don't seem that impressive. Um, the baby blue slime is decent as a defensive trick, but doesn't really keep a lot of board presence. You compare it to something like Korhazi Trapper, right? Which is a much more powerful way of doing a similar effect. And even that doesn't see as much play as you might think. And then, you look at like the actual blue slime and it's like, well, what does this bring to the table? Who's going to be interacting with this blue slime in a way that is beneficial to me as opposed to a way that just gets the blue slime immediately off the table? So I'm actually really, really interested to see what this player is cooking because I'm a fan of slimes. I'm willing to be a fan of water slimes, but it kind of needs to be proven to me, I think.
Yeah, but I know you were talking about blue slimes. Looking at Arcalo's list here, he doesn't play. He only plays baby blue, which is still not something that we really see. But oh man, I was looking forward to this game, but unfortunately, it seems that there are some tech issues, so we will not be seeing Slimes versus
Ah, alas.
Winsario. But I still really, really hope that it goes well for Water Slimes because it's a deck that needs to work. And okay, needs to work in terms of I would love for it to work
Yeah,
because it's like such an underdog. And no one, everyone's
absolutely.
like, it's water slimes. Sure, okay, buddy. What are you gonna do with it? There's not that much potential to abuse it.
I mean, looking through this list, it actually looks a lot like the kind of Sylvie Nico Water Tamer lists with a Slimes package as opposed to a Nico package. So I think there may be a lot of potential there, but it's absolutely something that's like the way that it's playing feels like it could work. But I again, like I really want to see it in action to kind of get a feel for it. But it does look like we have another feature match on the table.
It
And
is still water.
uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, we've got some Diana Etherwing coming in. How do you feel about
Yeah,
the Etherwing deck?
I am excited to see how it changes with the new Diana ally and with the new cards in PTM because I feel like it was really powerful in DTR season, but it couldn't quite live up to its potential. But now I think that it can really, really be a more powerful deck. And we have more frogs that have been introduced into the game.
I'm so happy
No,
for you.
no, yeah, I have no motives here, but it is it is going to be very interesting to see. So we are heading into game. They are already on turn 2 here. They have full time because tech issues are not something that are in anybody's control. So I'm interested. What is your prediction for this game, Jim? Who do you think is going to take this game home? Just
I
off the rip.
my gut says Kongming. Honestly, my gut is
Whoa,
Chatterbox.
whoa! That's crazy.
It is crazy. Okay, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because the Diana Aetherwing deck is a deck with a very high skill ceiling. If you know what you're doing with it and can play it very well, you can have really, really cool results with it. But it also has a very low floor. If your opponent interacts with you, or if your opponent, or if you just don't draw as well as you were hoping you were going to, then you can kind of tank really badly. And I trust the Terra Kongming deck to have a lot of interaction.
Yeah, in well, it looks like the decks have a lot of interaction. We can look at the deck list here real quick. There's a lot of interesting things in both of these decks. Well, first thing, I looked at the deck list for Zelenidas, and I saw 3 Terrasites, and my heart, it warms my little heart seeing it, especially because the other day I saw someone have every single Looking Glass side except the Terrasite, and they said,
Oh wow.
I'm only missing the worst one, and I was like,
Oh,
damn, that's a
arrow through my heart.
crazy.
Arrow through my heart. I
Exactly.
love Terrasite. I was one of those Terrasite believers on Slimes. Like I tried to work Terrasite into there because I wanted to have like a good, long game option. But that is neither here nor there. We are now in the middle of a Kongming versus Diana match. There are no Slimes to be seen, but there are some Terrasites to be seen.
Yeah, there are 3 Terrasites in this common deck. There's the Sempiternal Sage as well, classic Kongming things happening.
Of course, right now it is the Diana player's turn, and trying to make something happen here. It looks like we have. Is that the Diana ally on the field here?
It's a Crystalline Archer there,
Oh,
and
it looks so purple. Okay, yes, that is a Crystalline Archer.
it is very similar looking, but it is indeed
Y-
a a Crystalline Archer there for Quest.
mhm. Yeah,
I'm
I go ahead.
curious to see what the game plan they're going to go for here is, because it can be very low to the ground and aggressive, but I feel like Kongming has enough protection where you also need to plan for a massive Aether Wing turn to really guarantee that you can take this game home.
Yeah, I feel like the Kung Ming player has a lot of interaction and a lot of defensive tools. So if Quest is looking to get in there with an Ether Wing, that's gonna be difficult. There's a lot of taunters in Kung Ming Terra. Of course, Ether Wings are not the only tools that Quest has access to. The Carp Song Coda has become very, very popular in the Diana Etherwing deck as well. And this is something that can just throw 6 damage at your opponent out of nowhere. Or in this case, maybe even 6 damage at one of those Languid Toad Trolls or the Hydra Guard Retainer in order to get through a taunt.
Another Sorry, another Hydro Guard retainer coming out. Crystal Archer takes care of one, but then Zelenidas is like, well, I actually have another one.
I mean, that is exactly where you want to be as a Kong Ming player. Hydra Guard Retainer is the fuel for the engine. This is the way that you power up and kind of get off the ground with this deck. So as long as the Hydra Guard Retainer stays alive, I think Zalianitis is potentially in a good place. But of course, Quest does have a lot of damage capability in his deck. So we'll see whether or not that comes out the way he wants it to.
Yeah, I am very, very curious to see. So Terra Kongming, we kind of saw what it does last game, but there's so many different ways to build it that
Hmm.
does when you look at this deck list compared to Bonnie's, do you see any like striking differences, or is it mostly the same old, same old?
Well,
Is
there's a lot less emphasis on the end game, I think, in Zalianitis' deck. There's no Lubus, and there are a bunch more water cards. We're seeing stuff like Naya that wasn't in Bonnie's deck. There's dredging streams. There's a lot more kind of interactive-y pieces here. Of course, the core of the deck, the Hydro Guard retainers, is definitely still there, as are the Thronekeeper Bullfrog, some of those extra defensive tools like Coriolis Ward, Frostborn Paladin, of course. How do you run a water deck without Frostborn Paladin? But we are definitely
yeah.
seeing a little bit more focus on that early game and a little bit less on the late game, kind of relying on the Baguas in order to get that extra damage through, I think.
Yeah, I have to agree with you looking at both deck lists here. He is definitely not going to be rushing to level 3 as much as Bonnie was. And then on Quet's side, I feel like it's just the good old reliable water Aether Ring Diana that we've been seeing. It's mostly allies still. As in, there's the Cheshire Cat, there's the Carpson Coda, which is, on its own not technically an ally card, but it works with Languid Toad Troll, so it still relies on that ally in your graveyard. Uh, there is the Frostworm Paladins, Crystalline Archers, and the two Dianas.
Yeah, I definitely a lot of powerful tools, right? A lot of ways to kind of get some of that early advantage. A lot of ways potentially to force a decent attack through. Crystalline Archer and Frostborn Paladin, both great ways to take advantage of floating memory. And the floating memory engine with Weaving Mana Stream is really, really strong with these Diana decks.
Yeah, and look, it's hard to deny that it's just very, very powerful. However, something that is I feel like is an amazing counter in Zelanidas' deck is the Nimue. It's not a card you see often, so if you could remind us what Nimue does, that would be
Yeah.
amazing, Jim, because I'm very excited about it.
So Nimue is a 1/3 ally with a mage class bonus. Whenever you activate an action card that targets an ally, destroy that ally. So this allows something like a reprogram, for example, to just kill any ally. Uh, Similarly, this deck runs Ameliorating Mantra, which allows it to target any two objects. And if that happens to be two allies, both of those allies die. Some really, really interesting combos here to try and deal with any ally-based assault from another deck. So again, kind of focusing on that ally early
Oh.
interaction.
And as you were talking about Nimue, look who hit the field, and Quest now has no allies on board anymore. It's it's amazing how cards that we have not that Nimue has been in the game since before it officially released, and she is only now finding her place, or like finding these decks where she can pop up and give value. Now, this is the one ally I feel like that can immediately counter Nimue. We were like, oh my god, this is exciting. But unfortunately, Cheshire Cat has that one little word that ruins everybody's fun and makes it so annoying to play against.
Mm-hmm.
Her with that little spell shroud basically means that Nimue has no text on her when it comes to Cheshire Cat.
So the fascinating thing about this is, I think that Nimue is included specifically because of Cheshire Cat, because reprogram is a skill, not a spell. So it still gets through that spell shroud. And I agree that almost everything else in the deck is a spell, so very few other tricks are going to be effective, but there is at least reprogram still around in order to stop that cat.
Oh, true. And you did mention reprogram. It just like, I was thinking about literally everything else. You're right.
It's so not
Reprogram.
obvious, but it's very neat.
It's so cool. So, Nimue covers everything. Oh, see, don't forget that maybe one day Galahad will be good. I'm looking forward to the day. On end, okay, even more insane take. Lancelot will be good. I'm sitting on a pile of Lancelots here. My profile picture on Omnidex is Lancelot. I believe in him. I believe in my boy. He will. If Nimue can be good, Lancelot can also be good. Trust me.
All right, that's honestly that's totally fair. I hope it works out for you.
Appreciate the confidence, Jim.
Mhm, mhm. But we
It's
are seeing that attack from the Cheshire Cat get stopped
yeah.
in place because of that Wand of Frost underneath the Quicksilver Grail. So yeah, lots of defenses up for Zalianitis here.
Now he just needs to start finding the damage, or like
Hmm.
start going up to level 3, because defenses are amazing, but we saw from in our first round even that it's great that you have defensive tools, but your opponent can easily just outlast you even if you're exhausting their resources. If all your resources go into just protecting yourself and doing nothing else, it's kind of not productive.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question in this game specifically because I feel like Quest is more of an aggressive deck, more of an all-in deck. Is that Hydro Guard Retainer number 3?
Hydro Guard Retainer. That
Oh, Zalianitis, what must it be like to be you? So we have one killed by a Crystalline Archer. We have another recently killed by a Carpsong Coda. And here comes Hydra Guard Retainer number 3 marching onto the field, ready to provide Zalianitis even more value.
this this is exactly what you want to see if you're him, because
Mhm.
it is protecting you, but at least Hydro Guard Retainer also draws you cards, right? With being able to rotate and spin your shifting currents around and have a be the spinning Kong Ming, you can draw cards every second turn at least. Even if you have nothing else, at least you have one free card every 2 turns.
Oh, here it is,
Ah,
the RIP program! Oh, that
yeah.
is a dead cat. Yep, rest in
I
peace, that
think
cat.
I don't think Nimue. I don't think Quest expected it. I think he was
No
like,
way.
well, because it's such an odd and like tiny interaction and like edge case that even I forgot seconds after you mentioned it. That no way that he was like, okay, stealth and spell shroud, and this is Water Kong Ming. What are they gonna do? N- Nimue, well, it's probably spells. I would have 100% thought that Nimue says spells,
Hmm.
right? So even if you know the card, it's not common enough where it's in your head that it's any reaction or any action. So
Yeah.
tick, tick, bam, out of nowhere, Quest is just lost the Cheshire Cat back to an empty board. There are 0 Aether charges in any of his Aether wings. Meanwhile, Zelnita still has the Nimue, still has the Hydro Guard, and has an influence of a lot.
Yeah, this has been a remarkable war of attrition, but on Zalianitis' side, every time he plays that Hydro Guard retainer, he gets an extra card back. So he's definitely sitting pretty when it comes to the influence compared to Quest here. You know, Quest has had to spend a lot of their own resources in order to get through the defenses that Zalianitis is putting up, and there are still more defenses. There is still more garbage in the way. I'm not sure what Quest is supposed to do in
It's
this kind
not
of situation.
garbage. Look, clearly it is a well built fort. There is no garbage here. Oh,
But there is an extricating touch.
there. Yeah. Mm, yeah. Well, hey, ma'am. It's all hate, and then me, this Nimue is putting in the work, hitting for one every single turn, removing the allies. The Hydro Guard Deterner protecting him. Oh, with
Okay,
Thrash Ice
okay.
coming in,
So
splitting up the hand.
I actually really like this play from Quest. This is Quest presenting the 50-50 to Zalianitis. This is like, okay, where do you think I put the cards I want to keep?
Oh, oh, he was very excited to be like, all right, I'm gonna put down the cards I keep. And he accidentally showed his hand,
Mm.
forgetting how the resolution of extricating touch works.
Uh,
I
yep, and
believe
there is the Diana, as well as was that another
the
Cheshire cat?
Cheshire
Looks like
cat,
another Cheshire
yes,
cat. Yep.
sir.
Ooh, yeah,
Oof.
that's definitely the stuff he wanted to keep.
Yeah, it's very tough because. So, do you want to explain to us, Jim, why, why you don't have to declare it before, like, as you
Oh,
activate the card, as you
yeah,
activate
I mean,
extricating
extricating touch
touch?
is it's a very interesting card, right? And it does give your opponent room to counterplay because of the way it's worded. It's worded in such a way that you have to choose whether or not you're looking at the hand or the memory. And your opponent then can get themselves into a situation where it's like, okay, I'm going to put down some cards into my memory. Now you have to make that decision. Is it in the hand or is it in the memory? Quest kind of jumped the gun and revealed the hand without letting Zalianitis make the decision. So they had to backtrack a little bit for Zalianitis to make the decision. And at that point, Zalianitis is definitely picking memory, right? Zalianitis has that
Yeah,
extra context clue. So,
it's
yeah.
it's tough because technically, I do not quote me on this, but from my understanding, revealing information to your opponent by your own volition is not against the rules. So you can say
Mm-hmm.
and you can show them things. So it's kind of it's on you to remember that if something says choose, that happens on resolution. If something says target, then you have to declare it as they put it on the stack. And extricating touch only says target opponent, so you just target your opponent, and as it resolves, you have to choose hand or memory. It's tiny, tiny details like this that can make or break a great game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Quest had the right idea, separating the things out in order to make Zalianitis make that decision, but then, just kind of jumped the gun a little bit. Well, looks like we are moving a bit forward. We have looks like, oh, that's one of the ether charges. Was that etheric calibration, I think? The one that lets you look at the top of your deck and put an ether charge card into memory?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's what that looks like. So
Cause the
starting to build up these ether charges.
yeah,
Do you think that Quest has the tools to break through at this point? We do still have that Hydra Guard retainer on defense.
there is any ally that Quest can put on the board will be gone. It will live one turn, and in that turn, it has to go through the Hydroguard retainer. Or you can sacrifice your Aether charges. However, I don't think it's worth it for Quest to do that because it's his only way to win this game, right? Building up a massive hit is the way to win because Kongming is famous for recovering a lot and like preventing a lot of small damage. So
Hmm.
he needs to build up Aether charges and have that one massive turn, one massive swing to
Yeah,
win the
and
game. But it seems that he didn't have that idea. It seems that he wants to get rid of that Hydro retainer.
yeah, I mean, it's understandable because at the same token as you're talking about a big massive swing, it's also very scary to come into a Kongming player that has Ceasing Edict, that has Coriolis Ward, that has something like Water Barrier, and 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 seeing whether or not your 10 damage attack is gonna go through. But it's just a very difficult position that Quest has ended up in here, trying to get through this wall of taunters. Now we have another Crystalline Archer coming down though, so this might be the ticket. There is there a Fracturize? Oh, that's the that is the banish pile. The discard
That's a,
pile,
that's mm, a
tactical retreat. Yes.
tactical
Okay.
retreat
So
in the
there is some float.
graveyard. Yeah, that's at least one. But I, it's it feels bad. I don't think this is gonna be the time to use that tactical retreat, but Xalanitas might just force it out, because making them lose that floating memory is very, very painful. Oh, there is the Fracturize onto the power cell. Very classic water play
Mm-hmm. Zalian Knight
there.
is sounding like he really wants to have that floating memory handy.
One, two. Okay, this is where I falter, and
Yeah, this is
yeah.
this is Quest looking at that wall and being like, "Well, I have missed my window. Let's try again while I still have time left on the clock," which I think is actually very smart. Like I think it's a very important tournament skill to be able to look at this kind of board state, look at how advanced the game is, and realize to yourself like, my chance to win has gone from 15% down to 5% or 3%. Yes, there are still outs, but are they worth trying to play to?
Yeah, targeting dredging streams going out and taking that one floating memory that he had in graveyard was it was definitely incredibly painful for Quest here, because that means that Hydroguard Retainer lives to see another day and the floating memory is gone without generating any value. So yeah, there's a perfect 20-minute and like 10-second round for these two players here going into game 2. Now, the scary part of your opponent scooping when they see that they lost is that either they will win really quickly after the sideboard, or win one and then it's gonna be a tie. At least that's what's going through my mind every single time I see that, is that you didn't technically win by playing the game. So if they just force you to play it, it might end up that they win. But speaking of fully speeding up the game a bit, what are we looking at for sideboards, Jim?
Well, the Terrakong Ming player has quite a few defensive tricks that they're definitely going to be bringing in. We've got another Ceasing Edict that's going to be coming in from the board. We've got a Tariff Ring that's almost certainly coming in from the board. There is a Stillwater Patrol, so we might see that come in as well as a little bit more tech against these Cheshire Cats. Uh, Most of the rest of the things seem to be defending against things that Quest doesn't really bring to the table. There is a Stratagem of Myriad Ice, but I don't know that that's going to be coming in from Zalianitis here. There is a Coronal of Rejuvenation, and that feels like maybe not exactly the trick that Zalianitis is looking for. And Blanche does a little bit, but I don't know that it does a lot.
Yeah, I don't think in this matchup Blanche is really gonna do anything.
Mhm.
It's like a block. Even the chip damage is attack damage. Now for Quest though, being on the losing side of this game, it's going to be a lot more important to speed up the next game. So I think he's gonna throw anything that can give him even a tiny bit of edge. That backup charger is gonna come out just to dig for more cards. Now, do you think we'll see Graveyard Hate just because it's a water Kong Ming and they don't wanna risk any shenanigans?
So I suspect not, because I think Quest's goal is to win the game before the Terra shenanigans kind of get up to speed. We might be seeing something like the Frostbind or the Frozen Dismissal come in just as some early game interaction. Anything to stall those Hydroguard retainers from gumming up the way that they did in game one. But I think there's a few interesting options available to Quest here, and I'm not entirely sure what his sideboard plan is.
Yeah, it can go either way. It might just be like, well, I'm just gonna be incredibly aggressive, or it can also just be like, yeah, maybe I try and stop Kong Ming a bit more than before, because man, that game did not go very well for me.
No, no, it really didn't. Zalianitis going through turn one, and here comes Quest with the bog standard uh, Diana start, making their champion distant, bringing in Diana 1, and bringing out the Aetherwing. This is standard. This is what you're going to be seeing every single game against a Diana player.
Yeah, I do believe that it was a step that we saw, which is actually one of the best ways to make yourself distant, letting you draw a card as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh, is that's a charge to soul, I believe. So that is one damage, which is one damage more than we had at this point in the game last game. So Quest is already looking a bit better, having an Aether charge loaded into an Aether Wing. Now that he'll even get to glimpse, because obviously you get the Aqua Mirage Whisper at this point in the game.
Yeah, and this is exactly how Quest wants to start the game. Getting this Aqua Mirage Whisper hit in would be so perfect. Unfortunately, Zalianitis has a Cerulean Decree ready to go. This is so painful for Quest. Wow. This denies the damage. This denies the glimpse. And the Aether Wing is gone. So many resources invested for Quest and no gain to be seen in the slightest.
Yeah. Tough, tough times. Oh, there's a Crystalline Archer. Yeah, this is Quest is living the dream right now.
Yeah, this is
I'm happy to see, and it's going a lot better than it was before.
this is an okay follow-up request. At least he is going to be taking advantage of the floating memory on Charge the Soul. He's going to get a little bit of damage in. He's going to get his card back immediately. So even though he's not seeing the glimpse, even though he is not seeing the extra damage from the Aetherwing shot, he's at least kind of refilling here and taking advantage of the resources that he invested.
Yeah, it's not you trade one thing for another. At least he got the Coriolis Sword out this early in the game, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Or sorry, the Cerulean Decree.
Yeah, that is also true. That is a defensive tool that Quest is not going to have to face now that this ruling decrees in the yard. I mean, there could be more of them, but that one at least.
Yeah, there's -1, which it's
Mm-hmm.
literally like the first real turn of the game. -1 Cerulean Decree. It's not too bad. Obviously, on Zaleonitis' side, it's also really, really good that Quest didn't get to glimpse. So it's not like he lost too much here, but man. Oh, that is actually really, really nice for Zaleonitis as well. He got the Fracturize onto the Power Cell. Okay, this is very early on.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you feel is doing better right now? Like, both of them have floating memory, but Quest has an ally, but Zaleonitis doesn't really want the allies.
So as someone who has played some of this Diana Etherwing deck, it is really, really hard to shake that disheartening feeling of not getting the glimpse off of the first Etherwing shot. So I feel like Zalianitis kind of has the edge here. Especially dropping another Frostworn Paladin now, getting an extra Interceptor or Taunter up, getting that extra
Yeah,
card. Zalianitis already sitting on a giant pile of influence. Like, this feels like a really big advantage to me.
yeah, the Crystalline Archer is gone. I feel like I shouldn't. I just shouldn't ask these questions because the moment I ask, hey, who do you think is like doing better right now? Someone just runs away and takes the lead by like a significant amount.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this game moving a little bit quicker than the previous one. I think quite a lot of time spent thinking in the previous game, and now we're kind of making some motions here, kind of going back and forth a little bit more. Backup charger coming down for Quest, getting a little bit recovery of that influence. Do you think this is going to be enough? How does Quest claw himself back into this game from this point?
I mean, look, Quest, which is a very uncommon thing to see. Quest has backup charger in the sideboard. Seeing the backup charger come out means that he sideboarded it in. Means he is counting on this influence. Now, it might not be immediately game changing, but I do think that it is going to be a lot better than before when he had basically nothing to increase his influence. So, compared to last game, this is a better shot at turning it around. I'm curious to see what he's going to play next because after last game and even right now, even though there are 5 damage counters on Zalianitis' side, it's it's not looking too good for Quest, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Aetheric calibration coming out. So
Mhm.
but he does get to glimpse a bit.
Yeah, this glimpse is going to be important. He's going to be able to get another ether charge out of this. as long as he finds one on the top of his deck. Um, and I think you're right about the backup charger, right? He recognizes that this is going to, oh, all four on the bottom.
Oh
Oh,
no.
and a
No, just
Crystalline Archer
not.
staying on top. Oh, that hurts so bad.
Mm-mm-mm. Love to see the Crystal Archer. Hate to see it during these circumstances.
Yeah,
It's what do you think? So, what's the ideal like top couple of cards for Quest here? Because it's this Crystal Archer is amazing, but he has no floating memory. But then, if he has floating memory, if he doesn't have the Crystal Archer, he there's not much he can do with it. So, like, as someone who has played Aetherwing Diana, how would you want the next couple of turns to play out?
he wants a Weaving Mana Stream. The most important card in this deck right now is Weaving Mana Stream, because that gets you an Aether charge that you can consistently reuse, and it lets you play stuff like Ranger Strides, stuff like Flash Grenade out of your materials and get those extra cards that you so desperately need right now. Crystalline Archer, a fantastic card. There's a lot of incidental floating memory that you can take advantage of with it, but he needs a Weaving Mana Stream. Of course, we saw last game Zalianitis main decked Dredging Streams. So Zalianitis could very well just have the answer in hand anyway. I agree with you. So what I wanted to say back before we saw the Crystalline Archer was I agree with you that the backup charger is an important part of Quest's plan here, right? Given how much attrition there was in game one, fighting back and forth, spending resources just in order to get through and trying to struggle against the wall that Zalianitis presents, Quest clearly recognizes that having that extra influence is important. Having those extra resources that he can draw into is important, and it's not going to be nearly as quick a game as it might be against another deck. But the real question is, can he find the resources he needs? And it really doesn't look like it's shaping up that way. And in fact, the wall is just coming down even harder.
Yeah, but something I think that's pretty relevant here, even though Xelanitis is building up a wall here, he hasn't dealt that much damage. Obviously, there is a Frostborn Paladin on board, but that Frostborn Paladin alone is not enough to take the game home, and Quest is never gonna concede this game, right?
Mm-hmm.
He is going to fight to the death, at least for a draw, because there's no reason for him to concede.
Yeah, no,
So,
absolutely agreed. We saw Quest play kind of the numbers game in game one and be like, okay, I think I have a better shot in game two. Not in this one. He is going to be eking out every single percentage point that he can, and he is not going to give up an inch to Zalianitis without being forced to.
yeah. So, this is going to be a much tougher game for Xelanitis in the way of he has to think and he has to finish out this game instead of just relying on his opponent to concede.
Well, I mean, at this point, the clock is more Quest's enemy than Zalianitis.
Yeah,
Both of
sure.
these players have been thinking really hard about their plays, right? They've been kind of measured gameplay, making sure that they don't miss anything. But that means that they are fighting against that outside push of the clock. So they need enough time to finish whatever their game plan is. And I'm just hoping that Quest recognizes that and doesn't kind of rush into any mistakes, but continues playing the game that he wants to play in this situation.
And there is another Aether calibration to allow him to play the game that he wants to play and hopefully not bottom all four cards this time and actually get value off of revealing an Aether charge. It's just it's the same as when you whiff on a Fairy Whispers, right? You glimpse three, you find no wind cards, you reveal a dungeon guide, and then it's game over. As in,
Yeah,
not immediately, but it hinders you enough where one can confidently say that it probably makes or breaks your game.
mhm. Yeah, absolutely. That kind of stumbling block can really be a turning point for a game. In this particular case, he's thinking really hard about this glimpse. He's having to make a lot more decisions than he did on the previous one. So it looks like he is finding what he needs, leaving
I,
three
yeah.
on top, one on the bottom.
It's a lot better than it was the last one. I
Absolutely.
mean, at least he got an Aether Church off of it. I believe it was another Aether calibration. So that is 3 out at this point.
Mm-hmm. And he has almost enough damage to break through that Hydro Guard retainer. I was hoping that we were going to see some sort of distant enabler here, maybe another backstep, or maybe one of the vaunted weaving mana streams in order to get that extra damage and break through the Hydro Guard retainer this turn. But oh yeah, there it is.
It
Cool.
is. Ask and you shall receive a reposition, I believe. Coming out for quest here, which distant and a floating memory in for that crystalline archer we saw earlier get put into quest's hand, or like drawn, but like revealed.
Yeah. So this is almost exactly what Quest is looking for, right? It's a way to break through the wall, and it's a way to start building up that advantage that Diana is kind of famous for at this point. That he was denied earlier on. Getting this glimpse, getting a mill off of this glimpse, being able to put float or something into the yard here is going to be very powerful and potentially a leg up going into the middle of this game at this point.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful for quest here. I'm I'm sure he's stoked to see this this damage finally go through and take care of that Hydroguard retainer. It feels like Zelenitis had 3 this game as well, just because how long it was around.
Mm. Yeah, he definitely got 300 guard retainers worth of value out of it. Those
Yeah,
extra draws as the winds shift back and forth is very, very powerful, and I would argue is the reason to play this game, or the reason to play this
yeah,
deck rather.
yeah, and he got what he wanted off of it, but it looks like luckily Quest also also got what he wanted out of that attack, managed to glimpse 4, put 2 to the bottom, and get a floating memory, another floating memory rather, into his graveyard. There's the Crystalline Archer capitalizing off of that floating memory, maybe.
Yeah, it
Because
looks like the
one,
Crystalline Archer about to put on that Tactical Retreats cowboy hat and come in for 4 damage, drawing Quest a card.
now, Zelenitis has enough cards in hand where he could stop this, but it seems that either he doesn't have a way to or he chooses not to.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah.
do you think could be in Zelenitis' hand? Because he's not putting many cards on the board. He is not reacting to Quest's attacks here a lot. He's just taking the damage and sitting on a massive, massive influence there.
Yeah, this could be the same kind of bricky hand we saw from Bonnie in the previous game. Just a
Mm-hmm.
lot of powerful Terra tools, but nothing to really interact early. Um, I assume that if we had a Nimue, we'd see it by now. But he might be sitting
Yeah.
on some of the Nimue enablers, like the ameliorating mantra or reprogram, that kind of on their own don't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, that is true because those work really, really well with Nimue. But if you don't have the Nimue, what are you gonna remove wither counters from what? How? What's the point? Even sure you get a floating memory, but he's not in a rush to level up right now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, all Leonidas really wants to do is keep the board clear, build up influence, and give himself the time to go to the higher levels and use these powerful cards that his deck is completely stocked with. And Quest's goal is really to kind of come in underneath that wall, to, like Indiana Jones, roll underneath, grabbing the cowboy hat at the same time, and and prevent Zalianitis from defending himself. But it doesn't look like that's the way this game is shaping up. It's really looking like it's in Zalianitis' favor here.
However, Quest did stop to think about what he was going to play there, so it
Hmm.
might, he might have something to react with, and he just chose not to. Either he has another Crystalline Archer, or he has something even better in his hand that he's like hiding from us, or it's always a possibility that he's bluffing.
Mm-hmm.
What does your instinct say, Jim? Which one do you think it is? Does he have something better, or is he bluffing?
I feel like he is sitting on a Frostbind and deciding how to use it. And also he is sitting on a Carpsong Coda and does not have the toad in the yard in order to take advantage of it.
True. That not getting to mill as much. Well, basically anything is really tough here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a rough position. And
Yeah.
this looks like the flash
Ooh.
grenade, I think.
I think that's a smoke bombs. I think
Smoke
that's a
bombs.
smoke
Okay.
bombs invite onto the Frostform Paladin. So either it's just for the card draw, or we might see some attacks coming from Quest here. Now, what is a way for Quest to deal a lot of damage here in one turn? Because there is no Aether charges in that Aether Wing right now. But clearly, there is something that can be done.
Yeah, I don't know. It really does seem like Quest is kind of digging. I feel like both of them ended up with somewhat bricky hands here, but Quest is definitely the worse off for it, since the longer the game goes on, the better Zalianitis' position is.
Yeah, that's a tough part about playing against a a deck like Kongming, because you might be like, all right, I'm in a pretty good position. I'm doing pretty well, and then kablam, out of nowhere, Kongming just has a million cards in hand, like 12 influence, and then they just turn the game around and are like, all right, actually, here you go. It's over for you. Ooh, the new Diana coming out. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, this is a very cool looking card.
Yeah, all right, Jim, as the expert, I might be on a Diana shirt, but you clearly know more about her than I do. What is the value of her in this deck? What is she doing here?
So I think she's actually just an efficient ally, you know? People have been talking about the 3 reserve 2/3s since time immemorial, and here we have a 3 reserve 2/4 with ranged 3. Like, that seems like something you just put in your deck, you know? And with all of the distant enablers that go into this deck, it's not a surprise if you have extras. If you have an extra Weaving Mana Stream lying around, or an extra Tactical Retreat, or an extra reposition like we've just seen. And this is a good way to take advantage of it. You can come in with this 2 attack ally that can become a 5 attack ally if you enable it, and that's a big hit. That's a really big hit.
Yeah, that is that is very scary. Rivals a Pendragon almost.
Yeah, as far as the advanced element allies go, King Ghost of Pendragon is still king of this hill, but Diana is pretty strong for the cost you're paying. I don't think it is breaking through this wall though, so we'll see what else Quest has up their sleeve. Hopefully not literally up their sleeve. That would be illegal. But it does look
I
like
don't see. Look, I don't see any sleeves on Quest's arm that are long enough to hide some cards. So hopefully there's nothing there, but
yeah.
you never know.
No, you never know. Well, we are seeing the Frostborn Paladin come down, although it did come out of Quest's hand instead of Quest's sleeves, so that's probably fine. 2 damage coming in, and looks like Zalianitis is just letting it through. So not killing off, not using this to deal with the Frostborn Paladin, just trying to get some damage through. And that's actually a lot of damage that Zalianitis has tacked onto him now. Looks like
Yeah, it
14 damage counters?
it added up quite quickly. So I wonder if this is how game one would have gone if we stuck around longer, because it's been very similar in terms of how much damage and how easily Quest could get through in the beginning as game two to game one. It's just that he did not concede, which obviously,
Right.
when you're in this position and you're already losing, why would you?
Yeah,
But
I do think it is interesting because Quest does have a few more allies in this version of the Diana deck than I think the Diana deck typically sees. Crystalline and Frostborn Archer all the time. Cheshire Cat is kind of a to flavor thing. I think the more recent versions of Diana deck have had more Cheshire Cats, but now also with this Diana ally with Diana Haunt Reminiscence, this is giving them potentially a lot of punch in the deck, kind of the same way that Seryu evolved to have a few more allies in it, to have more of a wide board in order to come through those games where the dragon is kind of negated.
Yeah.
Of course, Zalianitis immediately going to level
Yeah.
2. This is now kind of the walls coming back up.
Yeah, there's a lot of allies on board. There is oh that's quite a bit of damage from two Frostborn Paladins and the Stillwater Patrol coming out as well. Like we were talking about it earlier during side earlier, like 20 minutes ago when we were talking about sideboards. Yeah, that back then
Uh-huh.
it did come in and did come out. What do you think? It just it happened and it's a habit of us to talk about it, but I feel like we missed it this time. What is under the Quicksilver Grill? On
Covenant
game.
of Thorns.
In
Um
this deck? Damn! Sailor
it
Nightus.
I think it's Wand of Frost. But it could very well be Covenant of Thorns. Covenant of Thorns is definitely a thing that goes into the Kongming deck. I'm not sure that Zalianitis has the time to go to 3 and then take advantage of what's under the Grail, so it's probably Wand of Frost, but there's options.
I mean, I do feel like you want to stop the glimpse more than anything here. So,
Mhm.
Wand of Frost is a really, really solid pick, and I think it is probably that under there.
Yeah, it's very painful as the Diana player because the losing the damage off of the Etherwing hit also means that because of the way Aqua Mirage's Whisper works, your glimpse becomes smaller as a result. So Wand of Frost is especially painful, along with the Cerulean Decrees that we've already seen coming out of Zalianitis' deck.
Yeah, and it it feels so bad because it feels like Quest's deck is just like emptying out now. Meanwhile, we haven't seen anything from Zalianitis, so it's only up for him. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we will only see more damage. There is another Crystalline Archer, sure. You love to
Yeah,
see it, but it's like not really not that much at this point.
yeah, it is one way to kind of deal with the wide board that Zelianitis is now presenting, and Quest smartly fracturized the Quicksilver Grail before putting down the Crystalline Archer. So any kind of response that Zelianitis would have shown is not necessarily negated, but in this case it is. But Zalianitis would have had to reveal what was under the Grail in order to take advantage of it before Quest committed to the attack with the Crystalline Archer. But yeah, that damage just going straight through, not even bothering with clearing the board, just trying to get Zalianitis dead here. Luckily, in a situation where both of the Frostworns were arrested because they were dealing with Quest's board from the previous turn. But now I suspect shields are going to be staying up a little bit longer on Zalianitis' side.
Yeah, I do think so. I think that Bauble of Scarcity is also going to be interesting. Though honestly, I also feel like that is a bit too little, too late because Xeonidas's influence is just. Oh wait, though his influence has gone quite down in this on all these level ups.
Mm-hmm.
So he's down a few cards. But that Bubble of Scarcity also hurts Quest having to discard a card, and that that Crystalline Archer is most certainly going to die here. So I feel like it hurts him more than it helps him, right?
It's a really good question because presumably if he's playing, then the goal is to get a card out of his hand and into the graveyard, right? So like if he has a floating memory that he can't quite take advantage of otherwise. And
Yeah.
yeah, there's the Weaving
Oh,
Mana
okay.
Stream.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that Weaving Mana Stream? Am I right?
No, it was Languid Toad Troll
Oh, the Toad Troll.
for Quest.
Oh,
Cards on
yes.
Coda, yeah,
Enabling the
yeah.
Coda.
It's
Okay. That makes a lot of
yeah.
sense.
He was going for the kill here in response to Xeonidas's level up. Oh, yeah, yeah. Coriolis ward. Will that prevent enough damage though?
Coriolis word here in response to the level up, so it's still preventing 3, which means only 3 damage coming through. Zalianitis has 1 health left, and Quest is out of resources.
Yep, yep. Surviving on one and then up to four is crazy, and then recovering two.
That did not
I
look like a
believe
recover to.
yeah, I
That went the
believe
wrong direction, yeah.
yeah, yeah. So he is on 19 damage counters right now. That that will probably be fixed in a second.
Mm-hmm. And Zalianite has taken this opportunity to clear the board with that Stillwater Patrol. And here comes the Sempiternal Sage,
Yep,
everybody's favorite recovery
yep.
machine.
We're back down to 16 now.
Yeah, this is really strong here.
Oh, yep.
Zalianite is going down to 19, which is not the total I expected.
Yeah, he
Oh,
should be
this is
going. Yeah,
yeah, okay. Yes, recognizing what's going on and now taking the recovery down to 16 as appropriate. Oh, yeah, this feels like a turning point. Quest went for the kill, didn't quite make it, wasn't able to get through the resources that Zalianite has had, and now I think it's over the other direction. I think that was Quest shooting their shot, and Zalianitis
yeah,
really has control of the board at this point.
yeah. He has a way to recover three every single turn. Now he has he kept up both Frostborn Paladins. So if Quest wants to get through and start dealing damage, he has to give them both stealth, which is going to be a lot harder.
Mhm. Yeah, that's going to be really, really difficult. He's got a lot of board to get through. If he has another, what, 2 codas, then potentially he has an answer here. But
Yep.
instead, we're seeing Quest go to level 2 and maybe using the ability to flip some ether charges here, or. No, what did he bring out? Oh, he brought out the flash grenade. Never mind. I thought I saw 2 cards go to the banish. My mistake. 1 card went. So yeah, bringing out the flash grenade, getting the card draw, and just digging for answers, I think.
And it was oh, that is painful. That is I don't know. It was
Yeah,
looking so good for Quest, and then Kongming did Kongming things.
yeah. Quest put in so much work to try and get that damage through, had what he thought was the lethal line, and Kongming turned it around with that clutch Coriolis ward at the last second, surviving at 1 health in order to get that
Yeah.
level up, and now is firmly in control of this game. There is very little left that Quest can do, I think, to get back into it. With the power of that Sempiternal Sage, recovering 3 every single turn, that wall of multiple 3/4 intercepting Frostsworn Paladins, and now it's the death by 1,000 cuts that Kongming is famous for. God,
Yeah. Oh.
how long can you sit here and take this damage, right?
Yeah, okay, there's a flash grenade being used. Sure. I mean, look, it works out. Gives Quest
Yeah,
gives
the tactical
Oh, it's
retreat here,
tactical
I think,
retreat
is
alone. You're right. You're right.
But that's pretty good because that ends the combat and prevents the recovery. So this might be the kind of trick that Quest needs in order to stem the bleeding a little bit. Because let's be real here, Quest is not concerned about his own life total here. Quest is concerned about being able to get Zalianitis to 25. And
Yeah.
one more recovery hit, I think, would be putting himself firmly out of range.
Yeah, Sempiternal Sage is like Luxem side. Let's be honest here, because once it's on the board and it gets preserved, and then it comes back, and then it gets preserved, and then it comes like you
Mhm.
have to prevent the recovery first and foremost. And it recovers three every attack. It recovers three,
Yeah,
and it deals three damage. So it's like all of it's a Xander reveal trigger at large on an ally.
yeah, and just as toxic.
Yeah. Though, look, because Terra is an underdog, we prefer Sempiternal Sage over Luxem shenanigans.
Mm, I see. the identity politics of Terra Kong here. We are seeing some more regalia come into play. This is kind of quest only out as these card draw regalia. So the Ranger Stride's coming out, potentially a source of damage if quest has the opportunity to get through, but that is still multiple 3-4 interceptors that are preventing quest from doing anything important in this game at this point.
And then Bagua Vital Demise coming out, so it really is more damage. It gets preserved, so Xelanitis gets it back every single turn. It's really not looking good for Quest here. That's 4 damage that's just dealt and is gonna be dealt every single turn.
Yeah, we saw Quest in a better position than this, conceding the game in game one. And I think Quest sees the writing on the wall, but like you said, there's no point in conceding here. Might as well play it out and see if you can get that 1%, 2% draw that'll get you kind of the distance you need. But it's really coming close here. 16 damage marked on Quest Hero at this point. Not a lot of room to play or get out of this game alive.
Yeah, it's it's really really not looking good. I don't see. Is there even any way that Quest can turn this around?
I honestly don't see one. I would be very curious to know what Quest has. Ah, there it is. All right, so that's it. That's the end.
Yeah.
Packing it up, sending it on. Unfortunately for Quest, wasn't able to turn it around. Had the right idea with the somewhat early concession in game one, trying to keep enough time to be able to close out the next 2 games at a reasonable speed, but unfortunately not able to bring those resources to bear in the way he needed to, and Zalianitis' defense was just enough to keep Quest at bay.
Yeah, that was very very tough. I mean, look, Quest had a really good idea. He had a really really good deck, but then he ended up just not being able to take it home. He didn't have that early game aggression that he really needed. I think that is really what was missing is like 4 Crystalline Archers, like not 4. Even 2 Crystalline Archers or like 1 Crystalline Archer and a Frostborn Paladin or something to just push more damage. And he just didn't have it. I really feel like that's where this deck faltered is he just drew very, very unfortunately and didn't have enough allies and early damage. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is exactly what happened. He didn't have enough extra ether charges to pump up his damage off of the Alchemirage's Whisper early enough to get damage through. Lost the chance at that early deck manipulation, the glimpse and the mill, and I think that stumbling block was, despite being able to get a Crystalline Archer onto the board fairly early on in game two, I think that stumbling block was enough to set him back that he couldn't quite get the final points of damage that he needed. And it really was that just heartbreaking Coriolis ward right in the middle there at the like 10 or 15-minute mark that really sealed the deal for him. You know, he got really, really close, wasn't able to clutch it out, and at that point, you're just stuck there. You're just stuck there until your opponent can end it.
Yeah, it's tough because you also don't want to concede the match because you're like, all right, well, show me that you have it. But it just, it just took so long. But it was a
Yeah.
wonderful display of water calming as well. So like, not to discredit the fact that like Zeleonitis still won and still took the game. He did, he showed what the deck can do and what the deck is supposed to do. And we saw Sempiternal Sage like do its job, and I'm always happy to see that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is hard for me to shake my Diana bias here. But Zelionitis did put on a really good show of what it looks like when Terra Kongming is played right. You know, what it looks like when Terra Kongming has the defensive tools that she needs in order to survive that game, and just being able to keep moving those goalposts right at the very end until they're out of reach. And that's, you know, that's what the deck does. The deck does it well, and you have to respect it for that. It's a good deck.
Yeah, yeah, it is a really good deck, but this was another very, very long water mirror, and I want to stretch my legs. I think you wanted to, and You
Yes.
watching at home should also go and stretch your legs a bit before the next round. So we'll see you guys back for the last round of the TCG online locals. and welcome back to the last round of our tr- True Champion Gaming online locals. This is the first online event of the PTM season. I believe it started the middle of this tournament, so technically this is still unranked and not part of the season. My name is Clem, and I'm back with Jim. How you doing, Jim? I'm so sorry, I'm tired.
It's been that kind of day. I understand. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm sitting here. I'm enjoying seeing all of the cards that we're getting to see. Some new ones, some old ones, and some really neat interactions.
Yeah, it's definitely been a day. But look, we survived. It is our last round. We didn't okay, we survived the day. The games have been fun, just very long. But we're at the last round now, and we have our people for the stream. Both of them familiar names. One of them has been on stream today already. It's actually technically both decks have been on stream already. In
Hmm.
this exact same matchup, it is Fire CL versus Water Kongming. Stevo on Fire CL versus Bonnie Reen on Water Kongming. How are you feeling about this matchup with Stevo's deck list?
No, it is a lot of water. Let's get that out of the way. It is a lot of water. Um, I think Stevo's deck is interesting into this one because it has Oblation, which the previous CL deck we saw did not. So we're seeing a deck that potentially ramps up into not the Foe Awakening combo that we saw before, but a difficult to stop, not impossible, but difficult to stop 15 damage hit that affects everything on the board, right? So we saw our previous CL
Fun.
player having a bit of a problem getting through the wider boards, but Oblation is another way to put a stop to that.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I am very excited to see how it goes. Okay. I'm not sure if the other list had this. I'm
Mhm.
not sure if Comrade Coheed had it. Yeah, it's Umbra Sight. I'm excited and interested to see because Sivo plays two Umbra Sights, so we might actually see it come out. Well,
Mhm.
Comrade Coheed only played one. What do you think? Is it just for the extra card draw? Because you have 30 health, you can just take the damage, so it's just going in for the extra card draw? Or is there a secret ulterior motive to getting curses?
I think that's exactly it. I think it's just the extra card draw. Looking through his deck, there's not really anything that plays. Oh, I take that back. There is one card that does play into having that extra curse, and that is Abnegation, which we haven't seen on stream yet, but is a recover 8 plus X, where X is 2 times the number of curses you have in your lineage. So that might very well be something that we see a little bit more of this game. Just another defensive tool in CL's already large toolbox.
Yeah, and I'm interested. I really hope that we do get to see that card because I'm interested to see how it plays out and how it will go in this game. Meantime, the players have been playing the game. Bonnie had a very solid start with the Languid Toad Troll just coming out and leveling up, but losing a Frostward Paladin. That I feel like in this matchup that's gonna hurt a lot. And I feel like in general it's gonna hurt a lot. Losing a
Mhm.
Frostward Paladin is like terrible. Even if you're absolutely confident in your hand, that's one of the worst cards to lose. Meanwhile, Stevo's been drawing cards very consistently.
Yeah, we saw the same kind of start in the previous CL versus Kongming matchup, which is CL is just turboing and Kongming is sitting behind walls that aren't doing a whole lot in the early game. But that does mean that Stevo is going to have quite a lot of walls to get through. Stevo, like every other CL deck, is running Carter, which we saw the previous CL player use decently well. Um, but that's not there's not a whole lot that Stevo is going to need to get rid of those taunters in order to interact with, right? There is
Yep.
devastating blow, but that's not the goal of the deck.
Yeah, it's really a one turn kill, just cut their head off and end it quickly kind of deck. So I am curious to see how it really goes and how what's gonna happen to that languid toad troll sleeping on the board right now.
I mean, we do have the Hydra Guard Retainer on board. So Bonnie Rien is by no means only sitting there behind the Languid Toad Troll. So lots of taunters are going to be on this board. We saw this matchup from before with Bonnie Rien. We know exactly what kind of board Bonnie is looking to set up here. But also, Stevo doesn't care. Stevo's not going to care. Stevo is just going to be turboing up. Stevo's going to be drawing cards, getting cards into their discard pile, and getting set up for that massive hit at the end.
Yeah, the yeah, and they've been pretty good at building that graveyard up. Although they did use it to level up here, which got the liminal guide back on board, which meant another card draw. And but at the same time, he also is getting to start banishing cards from the graveyard for that mastery. So the omens are gonna start piling up, and
Mhm.
you know it's pretty cool to see two mastery champions on the board. One of them is the original that introduced masteries to the game, and then the other one is I the first real like attack focused and very mastery focused deck in this game.
Yeah, the power of servile possessions is something that we've seen time and time again. The extra attack damage definitely useful. That extra card draw once you have enough masteries in your mastery. But of course, Stevo's not going to be using the omens for that purpose. In fact, I will be surprised if we see more than one omen over the course of this game because of the power of the interaction between Baleful Ablation and Advent of the Stormcaller. Why don't you tell us about Baleful Ablation in this deck?
Baleful Oblation is going to be very very good once Stevo gets to set up his omens in a way, because he plays Advent of the Stormcaller, which if you manage your omens well enough, you can have that be your lowest reserve cost omen, which will be a casual 15 damage.
Mm-hmm. Really powerful trick and completely wipes any kind of board that Bonnie has set up. We saw Bonnie dealing with Carters pretty well in the previous game that he was on stream, but he's going to have a much harder time dealing with 15 damage to every unit on his side.
Yeah, it's not gonna be fun, and especially with the whole deck being built around making Baleful Oblation deal 15 damage, it's gonna be very, very hard for him to go and just like deal with it.
Yeah,
So
very firmly agreed.
it's I'm interested in seeing how this really goes, because the whole deck is really built around that, but we haven't seen um much progress towards it. Well, I take it back. We do already have the Advent, I believe, in banishment as an omen.
Yeah, I was wondering. I saw it in Banishment, and I didn't quite remember how it got there because I thought he used floating memory in order to get up the previous levels. So maybe yeah, it might already be omened, and there's just no indicator on. Oh no, there was icy. There was also an advent underneath the servile possessions off the corner of the screen. It's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
difficult to see here.
It is. You can see the corner of the art, all those lightning lines on it.
Hmm.
So he's set. He just needs to get to level 3 and play the oblation.
Yep.
But
Speaking of
so
level three.
yeah, it's okay. This is going very differently than my previous Kongbin games and our previous level 3 decks. Both of them, Stevo is already on level 2, Bonnie's on level 3, Art of War already out. Although it's a bit less relevant in this matchup. The only thing it really stops is the Carter, which, while important, with Baleful Oblation being a thing, it's like fine. And there's a character in banishment. So Stevo was like, all right, well, it doesn't matter too much for me. I can just win with CL himself.
Yep. And
Oh, oversight. All right, all right. It's
yep,
coming
happy to
out.
take that damage in order to get those extra cards. Willing to burn the cards in order to go to level 3. Wow, another Umbra Sight. Oh no.
The oversights coming out. So this is why he was willing to burn those cards. He just had two Umbra sites, so he was like, well, I'll just draw enough to make the value back, and look at that. It worked out pretty fine so far. He's still on 20 total life, so it's not like he's too worried.
Yeah, CL with that Guardian life total.
Skillful
Happy.
oblation.
Oh, here we go. It's already
He was
happening.
going for it. All right,
So
he's going for
Bunny
it.
Bunny now needs to be in a position to interact with this, and I'm not sure that he has the ability to do so. A Frostbind would be pretty good here, but he would need more than one in order to actually stop this. So
Yep.
uh, I don't know how many cards Bunny has in hand. He might just be taking the 15. Oh, and cleaning up the board. He is, in fact, just taking the 15. That is the first damage he's taken on his champion so far this game, and now is only 10 damage away from health on that level 3 Kong Ming.
Yeah, in any other deck, I would be like, yeah, 10 damage is quite a bit, but this is CL with an advent of the Stormcaller in banishment as an omen. So
Mm-hmm.
you never know what's in store. Is that
Oh, and
flat?
there's the abnegation!
Oh, oh,
Wow! Yeah, so this would
hey,
be healing what? 14? Recover 14? Is that what I'm seeing? No, recover 12? Recover 12.
recover enough, plenty. Holy
Incredible.
moly.
Uh-huh.
Rec-
CL, of course, not Alice, so no way to get the ephemerate Alice bonus. But
Oh,
just
what
the
has
one
changed?
recover 12 is pretty good.
All right, devastating blow. Ooh, ooh.
Devastating. Is that a crystallized destiny?
Uh,
Or is that no? That's not a crystallized
ebbing
destiny.
tides, I
That's
believe.
seizing edict. Edict.
A
That is
seizing
the edict. My
edict.
mistake.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that
So
is
this
seizing
is
edict.
okay. So he's safe because if that was crystallized destiny, I was sure we were going to see an awakening few come in afterward,
Yep.
and just pop it. But this is actually a way to deal with the attack. Yeah, now he's safe.
And oh, there's a lost providence. It Stevo found it. Many people are saying it's hard to find, but Stevo did find it. Fortunately for his CL deck, it's here. It is gonna be ready to be banished unless fracturized.
Unless Fracture is true. I love these sleeves that Steve-O is using for his material deck. Like, it's so intimidating seeing that dark bordering around all of these cards. Like, I've never been so scared of CL in my life.
It's an ominous dark aura around it. It's kind of it's very thematic, but like you said, it is pretty spooky. And the Sempiternal Sage coming out for Bonnie, recovering 3 and dealing 3 to Stevo, but it's like, after he recovered from 10 to 0, this is not that intimidating. And he dealt 15 damage in one turn, so if he has another Baleful Oblation, it's fine.
Um,
Oh, wait, yeah, I think Bonnie, yeah. The Art of War is still there on board, and it affects both sides, so it's a very fair and balanced card. Nobody gets to attack.
uh-huh.
So,
Yeah,
unfortunately, Sempiternal Sage could not go for it.
which is a shame because that recovery might be what Banniran needed in order to kind of stay away from that death point. Although Steve-O is at the
No.
point where all it takes is one more oblation and that's it.
Yeah,
In the
and
meantime, we are seeing a devastating blow, and Coriolis Ward coming in here to hold the fort down. Um, a 4-point prevention, oh, 5 with the Empower, is not quite enough to save Is oh, he's just given up.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, okay. Stevo will have the Maxim Armoire next turn. Well, like next at the end of the turn. So if he has another Advent of the Stormcaller or really another Baleful, it's enough to deal lethal to Bonnie. So I think Bonnie also saw that all right, there's no out for him this game. So he's as Quest last game. As Dylan, yeah, as like Quest last game, except on Kongming this time, he's like, all right, let's go to the next game.
Well, going to the
So
next game seems like a great idea for him. What do you think is
yeah,
going to be coming in for the board for Bonnie?
I so you see, my instinct would be Blanche, which
Mhm.
would be great, which would just it's still really good, but I don't think it's quite enough. But yeah, the Blanches are probably gonna be coming in. Regals, I feel like Regal Inquisition has a good chance of showing up here just to get those Billfuls out of Stevo's hand. Water Barrier, and that's I said that I've probably the other ceasing edict as well, so most of the sideboard is going to come in. But I don't think he's gonna be swapping that Quicksilver Grill in, or at least I don't see the what he would want to bring in, like Quicksilver Grill
Mm.
in.
Mhm.
What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think that that is all correct. I think Water Barrier is going to be really strong into the Baleful Ablation, and Blanche might be just enough damage prevention to keep him in the game.
Yeah, it
We're probably going to be seeing some similar sideboarding here from Stevo. Stevo also has Regal Inquisition in the board, as almost all level 3 decks do. Regal Inquisition is such a powerful tool.
yeah. I think Fiery Interference is also going to come in. It's like in Bonnie's deck, once he gets a Sempiternal Sage out, and if he has a turn where level 3 and Sempiternal Sage both come out, that that could be quite painful for Stevo. So I think that will come in. Probably, possibly another Abnegation, but I
Yeah,
think
it could
that's
very
about
well
it.
be. We saw. I'm not sure if Steve was familiar with kind of how Bonnie's deck feels as opposed to other Terra Kong Mings, because the we've seen two very different builds of Terra Kong Ming on this stream so far, let alone out in the wild. So I don't know whether Stevo will feel like he has to have more defense against the kind of pressure that Bonnie was showing. But if so, Abnegation is a very good pick for that and could very well come in.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if we're right about it or not. This was a very very quick game here. The double
It really was.
devastating blow is kind of insane for Steve.
Yeah, Steve really had command of that game from the very beginning, you know? Bonnie was doing sort of the Terra Kongming things and holding back defenses, and just like in the previous CL games, it's the kind of defenses that don't really matter to CL's early game. And then once CL gets to the late game, it's not that hard to power through those defenses with the powerful Umbra cards that are in Stevo's deck. I mean, looking at Bonnie, what kind of things do you think he'll need in order to be able to survive that onslaught, in order to sort of keep his momentum going into that late game and survive?
He needs everything.
Yeah, I think so. I
I
think he just needs everything.
Yeah, he needs, obviously, I feel like the dream is the water barrier because then at least he can survive. But obviously also want your allies to survive. So it's tough trying to figure out. He needs the Blanche to protect his allies. Though having 15 cards in memory is quite unlikely. And then he also needs the water barrier to protect himself. Though if he has the Blanche, it works out fine. He needed this Frostborn Paladin, which he yeah, I'm glad this time it is not in banishment. It's a lot nicer to see it on board because at least now it can start clearing things and start dealing damage to Stevo.
Hmm. Yeah, well, yeah, this is definitely a better start for Bonnie. Getting that extra draw, getting that extra damage early on, and potentially setting Steve-O back a little bit. Steve-O, meanwhile, doesn't, I think, have quite the start that he was looking for, dropping now a
Yeah.
second liminal guide onto the field and attacking with just those two, and no floating memory to be seen, no creative shocks, no hasty messengers. This is kind of a rough start.
Yeah, it is a very rough
It's-
start.
right?
It's
Like, what are you going to do here?
like
Steve-O kind of really slowed down, not able to get that same leveling velocity that he was able to get in the first game. Bonnie,
yeah.
meanwhile, moving up to Kongming level 1 earlier on and showing not a whole lot on the board, but definitely ready to take advantage of this slower start that Steve-O's presenting.
I mean, he's showing more on the board than he did before. So sure, don't land with Toad Troll and no taunt, but he has a 3/4 Frostform Paladin that does have intercept that is attacking. So I am
Yeah.
fairly confident.
Yeah, and I think the important part there is the 3 attack, right? The 3 power. So having that extra damage that he can put onto Steve-O instead of sitting behind his walls, I think is a good position for Bunny here.
Yeah, and even more good stuff for Bonnie
Wow,
getting
Gold
to draw
3
some
is
cards.
turboing up here.
Yep, yep. He's using the Rising Tides, drew a card, and is now.
Does he draw a card off it? I thought it was level 3 plus.
Oh yeah, true, true, true. You're
I think
right.
it's
He
just
did
the
not.
float.
Yeah. Hey, free float is still like not free, but
Yeah.
floating memory is still something that we take. It's not losing another Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah, float is float. Definitely respect it. I honestly, given how much damage these liminal guides have come in for, these piddly little 1/3 liminal guides, maybe Bonnie wanted the troll this game.
Yeah, it's actually kind of wild. Oh, and there is the dungeon guide, the control
Wow, the
banishment with the
turbo to 3.
fracturized power cells. Kind of crazy.
That's cool.
If
Using
I
using the power cell, the fractal like that in order to control the banishes. Make sure you banish exactly the cards you want to banish. But yeah,
yeah
now already onto Kong Ming level 3, that's very, very quick. So Bonnie looks like he is in control of this game, as opposed to Steve-O's run from the previous game. Yeah, Steve-O now banishing cards out of memory in order to go to level 1, bringing out the Manxam Armoire now because he doesn't have anything better to do, I think,
yeah he
and
has
trying to
nothing.
find a way to play and get up to the level that he needs to be in order to really put forward his game plan.
Yeah, this time he had no way of like putting anything in his graveyard, so he's here with 0 omens. Those liminal guides look nice on the board, and sure they deal a lot of damage, but not enough. Ooh, the devastating blow coming out for just 4.
4 sounds like the right number to stop that Frostborn Paladin, which is, I think, what Steve-O is concerned about
True,
right now.
true. Just 4 is still stopping that damage from coming in from Bonnie, which has
Is it
been.
even 4? I think it's 3 off of the devastating blow.
Oh, you're right. It's just 3, and then
And
one
then
liminal
one
guy
more
to
from the
finish it up.
liminal
Yeah.
guy.
Hey, look, they're
Oh,
putting in some work.
it's true. Those 1/3s are definitely putting in some work. And the best part is Bonnie doesn't want to kill them, because that just gives Steve-O a free advantage on Steve-O's next level up.
And Bagua dealing 4 damage,
Wow.
getting preserved.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
really going here. This is wild. Bonnie made it
yeah.
to level 3 so much quicker this game than in any of the previous games, and Steve-O already at 15 damage and still at level 1 right now, only 20 in his pool.
Yeah, it's not looking good for him. He just needs. And oh, he didn't put the devastating blow into banishment as an omen. Do you think that means that he has the advent?
Yeah, well, I mean, he doesn't have the advent, otherwise he'd have already omened it. but he's clearly sitting on an ablation and waiting for the opportunity to take advantage of it. This is really, really dangerous for Stevo. Not even at level 2 yet. Not a whole lot of health to work with. And the Bagua Vital Demise is still in Bonnie's hand. I think he just launched another one. Is that going to deal 4 more damage, taking him up to 19? What are we going to see out of him? Oh, and he's west. He's going... Ooh, yep, this is it. This is 2 Baguas on
Yeah,
the field. Yep,
yep,
that's
that
over.
is
That's it. Wow.
game. So it is 1-1. We're gonna be going into game 3 here. Now, I want to go back to a point you said about Stevo would have made the Advent into an omen if he had the opportunity, if he had it in hand. He did not have any way of discarding cards, or at least not that we saw. If he did, I do think that he would have used it because everything that discards does dig through your deck.
Yeah, he had no discard, which is really unfortunate for him. He could, of course, have omened the Advent directly out of his hand, just taking that -1. But um, I guess just wasn't... most likely just didn't have the Advent in order to put it there. Wow, yeah. Rough start for Stevo. No velocity gain, stuck on level 1 for so long. And Bonnie had that turbo up to level 3, able to throw multiple Bagwas at Stevo's face before Stevo had the ability to respond. Very, very quick game, too.
Yeah, that was. This has been. It was quite the opposite of what we've seen from water calming decks and water decks in general today. So it's really a breath of fresh air seeing that water calming can win quickly, even without allies. Well, okay, Frostform Paladin
Yeah,
did
the Frostborn
a
Paladin
lot
is
of
huge.
damage there, but like it was mostly the bog was in the end that dealt 12 damage
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
took the
just
game.
a huge rush of damage right at the end of the game. That was wild. And moving on into game 3 with still an extra 35 minutes on the clock, both of these players playing fast, moving quickly. You love to see it.
Yeah, and let's see how this game goes for Stevo compared to all the other ones. Ooh, Library
Oh,
Witch. Is he
already a
gonna
much
go
better
for
start.
gonna go all in? Okay, no, he passed the turn. There wasn't a greedy greedy fire player that we've seen often before. Hydro
Mhm.
Guard Retainer coming out for Bonnie. Beautiful supporter pack variant.
Yeah, I love the respect that Stevo is showing to the water deck. Unwilling to get his cremation ritual frostbinded. Um, and now Bonnie with the, alas, only the 1/4 card that draws him cards instead of the 3/4 card that draws him cards. And looking for a way to level up, I think. Of course, in this situation, just passing the turn and letting Stevo go. We're probably going to see the cremation ritual here. I can't imagine he doesn't have it with the library, which being the first play on the board. But having those extra
Yeah.
cards in hand was enough to use the backup charger and really start building that influence. Not seeing any creative shocks yet or anything to put some float in the yard, but that's about the only thing that Stevo's missing. Otherwise, he has much better velocity this game than the previous game.
Yeah, with just the library witch alone. And going first means that this backup charger is not really hindering him as much. There's the hasty. It's gonna start putting cards into the graveyard. I think that we won't really see the library witch cremated because it's really good for holding up damage as well. And look, now that he has another outlet to put cards into the graveyard and a way to draw and like cycle through his deck, he's gonna be in a lot less of a rush to get that library witch cremated.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and immediately discarding that floating memory to the hasty messenger, so definitely set up to go to level 1 on the next turn. Bonnie, meanwhile, going to level 1 naturally off of... Was that a tarot card? Is that the Sage? Not exactly sure
Uh,
what that was.
it looks like either a cerulean or yeah, it's just a cerulean.
Mm,
It's a
okay.
cerulean decree.
So he definitely had the answer for the cremation if it came down.
Yeah. Steve will probably very happy to see that god and be like, I knew it. I knew that it was not worth the risk.
Yep,
Leveling up
respect
here.
paid appropriately.
Yep. Leveling up here from the Undying Dreams, making sure he does not go down a card.
Yep, a good level up. Now we have CL level 1 sitting across from Kongming level 1. Both champions moving at the same pace this time. We're not seeing that incredible rush out of Bonnie that we saw out of game 2. Partially, I think, because we don't have that push for damage off of the Frostworn. So a lot less opening to suddenly start throwing Bagwas at your opponent and close the game out really early. But we
Yeah,
are seeing those card draws of the Hydro Guard Retainer, which is exactly what this deck is built for.
yeah, it is. It is exactly what you want with the Hydro Guard Retainer out. No damage has come through from CL or anything on Stevo's side with the taunt, and the value from drawing cards is really, really nice. So probably Bonnie is living the dream here. But leveling up to level 2, does he have the dungeon guide? Does he even want the dungeon guide here? Would you?
I'm not sure. I think Bonnie is probably trying to play the influence game, build up enough influence that he's in a position to start throwing spells at Stevo's face. And you do need enough of a hand to be able to do that. You can't, go to level 3 off of 3 cards left in your influence and still expect to play that game. Still expect to have any kind of forward momentum there. So I think he's probably going to take this one a little bit slower. Maybe he feels like his defenses are okay. Feels like he can put up with anything that Steve-O's throwing at him. But Steve-O also kind of not turboing up, right? So even in this somewhat more defensive position, he is going a little bit faster than Steve-O because Steve-O doesn't have that velocity from game 1. Better than game 2 for sure. I'm not saying this is bad, but not quite as fast as game 1.
Yeah, it's gonna be definitely a slower game for both of these players than any of the previous two. But oh, Steve has the other hasty messenger here, digging through
First
more.
blood.
Oh, and the
Well, second
liminal
blood.
guide, liminal guide in the graveyard. This is where he wanted them before. Unfortunately, they were stuck on the board the last game, so he's definitely a lot happier to see that in there.
And 2 cards in his memory, so he's probably just going naturally to level 2 here. Getting a little bit of that offset by the liminal guide in the yard, gonna get that extra card draw when the level up happens. But in the meantime, setting himself up while passing the turn to Bonnie, and Bonnie moving into his turn with a Hydro Guard Retainer on the field and a only 2/3 Frostworn Paladin. Only 1 damage marked on Bonnie, so Bonnie's probably not feeling a whole lot of pressure here. In fact, happy to use both of his allies to go in, clear the board, get a little bit of damage here, not worrying about his own defense, just trying to get the advantage now
Oh,
while he still can.
2 devastating blows banished for Steve-O. He must be very confident then that he can just win this game. I'm curious to see what we're gonna what's gonna happen here because that is kind of suspicious. If you're Bonnie here, what do you well, not even if you're Bonnie. What are you thinking with Steve-O banishing 2 devastating blows?
Seeing the devastating blows get banished makes me confident that Steve-O is sitting on an ablation. So
I think so
that
too.
that is gotta be what Bonnie is worried about now. And you'll notice that there haven't been more allies out on Bonnie's side of the board. I think he's worried about overplaying into an ablation. I think he's expecting that next turn that Advent is going to get omened, and we are going to see an oblation immediately.
Yeah, and I don't think Bonnie plays Orb of Sealing, which would really be the only counter to the oblation. Once again, other than obviously negating the oblation straight up, it would be
Right.
the only way to stop that advent after it becomes an omen.
Yeah, I mean, we have to hope that for Bonnie's sake, he's sitting on a water barrier or some other defensive tool, so he doesn't have to take the full force of that 15 damage oblation. But we'll have to see what happens. And I for one am feeling like Steve-O has a little bit of an advantage here. I think Steve-O is probably in a very good position.
Yeah, yeah, and obviously that advent is going to go into banishment and become an omen here. Bonnie doesn't
Oh,
really have any way to stop it, unfortunately. So that's 2 more damage.
yeah, since we've already seen the dungeon guide putting Steve-O up to level 3, that level 3 is enabled for CL. So 2 damage off of the Omen of the Advent, just like you said. And Steve-O potentially ready to ablation right now. if he sees the window. I hope Bonnie doesn't overextend in his recollection here, because that's potentially really dangerous. I think he needs to keep his cards up and at least bluff the interaction, at least bluff the negate, so that Steve-O doesn't think he can just go.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. This is if do you think wow banishing a
Ooh.
dungeon guide
And
and
a Sage, I think.
a Zhao Yu. No, it's a,
Oh, is
I
that
believe
you?
it's a
Okay.
there's a Zhao Yu CSR.
Oh, yeah, you're
Yeah,
probably right.
it's
Cool looking
it's getting
CSR.
banished. Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful. And then Stevo just Bonnie didn't overextend, but Stevo also didn't try to do any funky things in Bonnie's recollection. So there's the
Oh.
Regal. Oh, so in case people don't know here, Jim, what are we going to see happen here with Regal Inquisition?
So this is forcing the issue. If Steve-O is sitting on the Baleful Ablation, he uses it or he loses it. But if he uses it here, I think Bonnie is sitting on the defense he needs in order to be able to prevent anything too damaging from happening. Meanwhile, if Steve-O just keeps it in his hand, recognizing that Bonnie can interact with it, then Steve-O's just going to have to discard it and draw to replace it off of this Regal Inquisition. This is exactly what Bonnie needs here.
Yeah, but Steve was looked like Steve was thinking about whether he should play an Umbrasite or not. But nope, he is just sending it. He is playing. I believe that's an. Oh no, that is a baleful oblation.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, doesn't have the defenses.
oh,
Yeah, I think Bonnie was
Steve.
just hoping. Ooh.
And now Steve has a better chance of drawing into another one.
Potentially, I think Bonnie's going to realize that, though. Bonnie's pretty smart about this. I think Bonnie's going to look at the resources that Steve-O has, and if there's nothing immediately threatening in his hand, just keep it, right? Like, anything that Bonnie is going to get rid of is something that Steve-O needs and is, you know, I trust Bonnie to play the Inquisition correctly. But
Yeah.
we'll see what Steve-O does here. Still, Inquisition on the stack, waiting for something to happen. The Oblation is hit, so that's 15 damage and clearing Bonnie's board. But Steve-O has yet to reveal everything else.
Yeah, it seems that he is thinking about potential future steps on like. But looking at his memory is interesting. Does Armoire let you swap cards from your memory? No, right? It's only hand.
Yeah, I think it's only hand.
Yeah, Armoire was only from hand. So what do you? I'm wondering what he could be thinking about from his memory. Oh, full awakening in his
Full
hand
Awakening.
and an Umbra sight reduced to
Wow.
ash.
Okay, so
Uh,
he had the foe the whole time, which means that even if the negation tried to happen, there was no negation that was going to be able to get through the foe awakening. Wow.
yeah. Wow. So he did keep it up and was ready for it. Oh, that's not a card you see well, I don't think it's played often. Ruinous Pillars of Shidao.
This is an interesting
It's
one. So it has the unenter draw card, so it's card neutral, and also allows you to potentially destroy any object, just like Excalibur does in the Luxem decks. So pretty powerful little domain here, but not one that you see very often, exactly like you said.
yeah, it is really not bad. I wonder why it's in the graveyard.
What did
Oh,
did he use it? Did it blow up something?
yeah, the
Oh,
armoire
he got the
is
armoire with it.
gone now.
Okay.
Yeah, at the end of turn, the the shifting currents went spinning because I don't believe he
Mhm.
played anything else.
That makes a lot of sense. That means that Stevo doesn't have the ability to power through that extra damage, and Stevo doesn't have the ability to recover a card out of the graveyard like that Oblation in order to fire it off again. So that's pretty smart play there.
Yeah. Wow. Tough times for Stevo here.
Yeah, Stevo doesn't
Oh,
really have a damage
oh,
source, but Bonnie doesn't really have much else either.
Regals. Showing the Regals.
Oh,
I
this is
think
it, right?
that is
That's
game.
lethal.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
I think that yeah, that was game for Stevo. I think Bonnie just conceded after having
Yeah, the
three
the
Regals.
the the Sonnerie came down, so that's a melee attack for Stevo, right?
Yeah.
Sending in that damage, and then the extra omens is enough.
Yeah, that the combat damage wins again. There's
Pretty good.
one of the Regals has cute little Merlin stamp on it. So it was it was used in silver. Congratulations to Stevo for winning the first ever True Champion Gaming online locals. And also congratulations to Bonnie, he put up a really good fight. It was
Yeah.
very close.
That was a really good match. Game one was really interesting, and then game two, Bonnie just completely turned it around. Right, took advantage of that stumble on Stevo's part and just plowed through with a really turbo game plan from Kong Ming.
Yeah.
But game three, Stevo had the tools he needed. Saw the oblation go through, and even in the face of that Regal Inquisition, he had everything he needed in order to finish the game.
Yeah, yeah, it's wow. It was
Yeah,
quite
impressive work.
yeah, I think both of them really showed off the strengths and where their deck shines in games 1 and 2. And then in game 3, once again, I feel like they showed it off really well of like how a slower and bit longer a game goes for them. So, I think out of all 4 rounds, this was my favorite.
This was a pretty good match, and I do appreciate the way the players seemed a bit more confident in their play, right? Kind of knowing what their lines were and moving quickly once they had it figured out. So that was great to see. I always like to see players who know what they're doing.
Yeah, it is a real treat, and I'm really glad we got to have a full 3 games, right?
Hmm,
Because
hmm.
we had a couple of like half 2 games, right? 1.5 game in terms of like n- at least one of the games didn't fully play out. But this time we got to see 3 games and 3 very different games.
Yeah,
That it
absolutely.
wasn't just based on luck, it was also based on skill and showing off how their deck works. So it was wonderful to see.
Yeah. So I gotta ask you, Clem. Now that you
Yeah.
have seen these games, now that you've seen these players play, I have an answer to this question too. But I want to ask you, what deck list are you immediately copying in order to take to locals?
None of them.
No, not enough frogs.
Well, the thing is, I like frogs.
Mhm.
I don't like water as an element.
Hard life.
Therefore, I'm requesting kindly to give me some unique wind frogs. No particular reason. I always say this though. I am a true wind player, as you can see from my Yunzao Cavalry print. Well, it's not a print. It's like a poster. Not the Chicago posters of my Yunzao Cavalry. Beautiful scroll. It's a wind one. I love wind. Frogs are green. Therefore, frogs should be in wind.
Sound logic.
So, if I were had to copy one list from today, I would go with Tristan Wind Tristan.
Yeah, one of the few wind lists that were out there today. Not a whole lot of wind being played, I think.
Yeah, I need my win back.
Mm.
Last season, Grand Archive just posted the top 10 players from last season. I've been informed that the number 1 player, who is a Taiwanese player, a wonderful person from what I heard, is a Wind Allies player. Therefore, Wind Allies is the best deck in the game. Therefore, I can still be loyal and be called like
Sure.
not be
Yeah.
called a bad deckless player because it's a really really good deck. Okay, I like
Okay.
wind allies. What about you?
Oh, I know. I'm immediately ripping off Steve-O's Oblation list. I love it. Everything about that deck is everything I want to do to other people in Grand Archive. It's so good.
Yeah,
I
I
am I
mean
am
it
very
makes
firmly a
sense.
fire player at heart.
It makes sense. I I love Fire CL. I don't like the oblation. It feels okay. As a Wind Allies player. This is gonna sound very what's it called? Hypocritical for me, but it's a very like one trick deck. It's like put my advent into banish and look at that. I play oblation. If I don't have oblation, I lose. That's literally what happened in game two. That's why for me personally, like these straightforward decks are amazing and they're usually strong and like the highest highs and the skill ceiling is incredibly high, right? Because at its heart, it's not really a one trick deck. Like you have to know all the different ways to win. But I'm not good at the decks. So to me, if I were to play it, it's a one trick deck. So I I'm in awe when people do really well with them because I'm like,
Sure.
it's definitely not a luck, but like how? But it's not for me. But I completely understand you. Like it's super cool. It's a fire. It's like what a fire deck wants to do. It
It
has
really
the
is.
devastating blows. It has the massive damage. It has CL, a handsome boy. So I see the draw. I absolutely see the draw to it.
Yeah, so I definitely appreciate the decks that we saw today, kind of showcasing a few of the things that are possible within Phantom Monarchs. I'm very happy that we got the chance to play to see some really skilled players, honestly, come onto the stream and show us what they were working with. So I think this was a good event.
Yeah, it was a wonderful first event. And as we're coming to a close, it's been a really, really long night. It's almost midnight
Yeah.
here in Central Time Zone, so I think we both want to get some rest and it's still Thursday. There's unfortunately one more day of the week left. So there are some things that some like general information that you guys should be aware of is that the Yeti Gaming server is and the Yeti Gaming League will be changing over to the True Champion Gaming Online League. This does not mean that you have to join a new server or anything will change massively. What's mostly as a player, what affects you is that the server name and the icon will change. Almost everything else is the same. It's really just different name. And if you want to know the details or like read everything in the Yeti Online, previously Yeti Online Gaming, uh, now True Champion Online League server, in the announcements, there's a beautiful detailed post from Indy. Um, there will be bigger events. There will be like monthly massive events. There's gonna be the regionals, obviously. There's gonna be apparently a lot of interesting things coming up, so join and keep an eye out for all of them. But for today, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment if you enjoyed the stream. We always appreciate the feedback. Then it's lovely to see that you guys do care and do enjoy these streams. Thank you so much, Jim and Valk, for joining us today for a wonderful first PTM cast. And
Yeah.
do you have any
Always a
other
pleasure.
things to say, Jim?
No, not really. This has been a pleasure. It's always good to be on here. I'm very excited to see what the season brings. I'm definitely going to be looking forward to Manila and seeing the results from the next coming up ascent. So I'll be big fanning it up with everybody else, trying to see what other people are coming up with.
Yeah, all right. So thank you so much, you guys, for watching. have a wonderful night and see you guys next time. Bye bye.